Part of me just wants to let you all roll for the next 8 hours and let you just talk and chill. So I'm going to be brief because there are a lot more interesting people to hear from than me. But hello and welcome to the Ways of Play Symposium, which is pretty great that this is even happening. It's a thing. I'm the director of Mathi Botanical Gardens in Nichols Arboretum. My name is Tony Kalenic. I'm delighted that you're all here to learn, to talk, to teach, to help catalyze the future of play access, equity, nature-based education writ large. We're going to do the thing. These are all topics and ways of being that are core to MBGNA's mission and identity. And, you know, as an organization that's really working to grow multi-generational pro-Earth behaviors. First, though, we need to, it's essential that we recognize where we are, the waters and lands we're currently occupying, and how that history and present reflect and propel a power dynamic that calls for a radically different future. The University of Michigan was funded by and founded on Anishinaabe lands. These include the Odawa, Ojibwe, and Potawatomi, as well as Wyandot lands ceded in course of historical treaties. We acknowledge that our university stands, like almost all property in the United States, on lands obtained through the dispossession of indigenous peoples, lands that continue to be the home of many indigenous peoples. Our obligations to these communities originated in Article 16 of the 1817 treaty that stipulated that their children hereafter would be educated in their homeland. We affirm and preserve indigenous sovereignty, and we work to hold U of M more accountable in sustaining mutually beneficial partnerships with indigenous peoples, communities, and nations that recognize and fulfill their full aspirations. Okay. We've been planning for months and months and months, particularly a few key individuals that I just quickly have to say thank you to, and then I really will shut up and let more interesting people talk. But it's been what, 15, 18 months of planning. A lot of folks involved, students, staff members, community members, experts, some of whom we're going to hear from today. But I specifically want to thank, of course, Alexis Ford for all of her efforts, and Lee Smith Bravender for her leadership. And there are 1,000 other people, like folks in the back, Carrie and Meredith, 1,000 others, Liz, but especially these two right here. And I guess one thing I want to know, or maybe some of my quick hopes for the day, you know, for those of you in the room that are learners and educators in whatever capacity that may unfold, you know, you're seen, right? Your efforts, the things you do day in and day out. No, we're not out there actually seeing you do it, but or, you know, building whatever it is that you build to make a change in the world, but we're leaning into the same things you're leaning into. It's a room full of allies today. And my other hope is that we all push forward into what's working, you know, that we learn from each other's innovations that are changing the landscape, and begin to understand how they may be applied, altered, or permuted to our own specific contexts, and that the networks we make or have here in Southeast Michigan and beyond get stronger and catalyze next steps beyond us. Just a quick note on housekeeping. There are gender-specific bathrooms right out here on the other side of the lobby. There's an all genders bathroom toward the end of the on the way in. I'm going to be done now. There's a lot to talk about, a lot to do. With that, I'd like to turn it over to the one and only Lee Smith Bravender.
Thank you, Tony. Am I sounding good? Awesome, awesome. Good morning. I am so happy and excited to be with all y'all here today. Experts and practitioners and singular points of view in the many, many ways of play. To all of you who are here in person in this room today, and to all of you who are joining from across the country via live stream technology, welcome and thank you. We are thrilled and grateful to be with you here today. As professionals in the many ways of play, I am confident that you are familiar with interdisciplinary scholarship that on outdoor play, that you have deep expertise that you're sharing here today. And maybe you, like us here at Mathi Nichols, we like to understand outdoor play as essential, healthy human development. We understand that it is pathway to pro-earth behavior. And we understand, very importantly, that it is a deep practice of powerful self-directed learning. And when it's all of that and more, then we acknowledge that the ways of play are also about nature access, play equity, cultural centeredness in play practices, and inclusion. MBG&A understands that equity work is persistent work, right? It's ongoing work, that there is no single way of doing it. There's no single program that has all the answers. So today I'm inviting us all to join in conversation with each other, and most importantly, to ask questions of our speakers and our panelists with an open-minded, open-hearted curiosity, because that's what we're all about here today, community and curiosity. One thing that I am curious a little bit about right now is who's in this room with us today and this space. So when I say space, I'm including people here physically and also joining via technology. I'm going to ask a series of questions, and then if you'll make some kind of physical response that we can all see so that we can start getting a sense of, hey, who's in this? Who's in this space with us? The questions are mutually inclusive, so you might be responding to more than one. And Carrie, could you maybe monitor the chat and then you also physicalize whatever's going on in the chat? Great, awesome, thank you. So first of all, where are the early childhood education and care professional communities? I'm going to put myself in there. Woo, woo, woo. Great, awesome, thank you. We knew that you'd be here. Play is central to your work. What about folks who are here from community-based initiatives, community-based organizations? Yes, 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 woo! Yes, thank you. Thank you for being here, welcome. K-12 folks, do we have some K-12 folks in the room? Teachers, administrators? Yes, thank you. It was very hard to find your emails on your websites, so we are glad that we connected with some of you. Excellent. I'm hoping that there are some folks from culturally rooted nature initiatives, that community. All right. Thank you, welcome. Play is also about health, right? So where are the personal health practitioners, people from that community, whether you're about physical, social emotional wellness? Excellent, excellent. Thank you for showing up. Yes. Related to that, perhaps there are some people here from public health. Anyone here from public health community? Woo! Thank you. Oh, we've got some folks coming in from the technology as well. Built environment. Do you represent the built environment community? Landscape architecture, civil engineering even. Creative placemaking? Yes, thank you, Carrie. I think that a lot of play is creative placemaking, so yes, definitely. I'm gonna put myself in that community. Where are friends from nature centers, nature preserves, parks, botanical gardens? Yes, thank you. We're getting a good sense of who's here today. College and university students, we made a significant outreach to y'all. We know it's a busy time of year. Excellent. Thank you. Thanks for investing your time here with us today. I don't think you will regret it. Who did I miss? What communities did I miss? Librarians, yes. Great, welcome librarians, thank you. Did I hear something else? Urban ag, yes. Awesome, thank you, welcome. This is so awesome because we have all these different perspectives here today, and I'm thrilled, and frankly, I want to meet all of you. And you go to I'm going to speak for myself. I go to a workshop, I go to a symposium, I'm there to learn, right? Yes, and this symposium, The Ways of Play, is as much about meeting somebody new, building relationships, building this interdisciplinary community as it is about learning. So please introduce yourself to someone you don't know and, just see where it goes, right? Because I have a very active, strong imagination, and even I cannot imagine all of what might grow from a simple introduction and a few friendly questions. Even I cannot imagine all of what might grow from this symposium. So yeah, let's just be curious about each other, introduce each other. Whoop. One thing I want to say is that we've got amazing talent in this room, and this is important for me personally. We have collective power in this room, should we choose to activate that, right? And there may come a time for us to do that all together, collectively. So we're here to build community. We're here with all of our curiosity. Really quickly, like in 1 minute, please turn your attention to the program. This morning, you'll see we have two fantastic keynote speakers, Dr. Denisha Jones and José González. There'll be a break in between those two presentations and Q&A. We wrap up the morning's programs at 12:05, and your lunches will be here in this room, and you should have a reminder on your name tag of which lunch you ordered. It's so beautiful outside today. Please feel free to take your lunch outside. You can also go to room 125 or 139, but be ready to start your breakouts at 1 p.m. There are a couple of breakouts in the building, and then there are several outdoor explorations, also known as play, y'all. So, and you'll have two breakout times, 1 to 1:30, 15 minutes to get where you need to get, 1:45 to 2:15, 15 minutes to take care of whatever needs you have, and then be back in this room at 2:30 because we have an awesome afternoon panel. Really dynamic group of folks. Liz, Maggie, Christian, Erin, Sean, and Tony. One thing I want to just note is that the Dearborn Public Schools was going to be part of our panel. They could not be here. Their slideshow is down in room 125 during those breakout times. They're 3 years into a Greening Schoolyards initiative, so I encourage you to check that out as well. In that room also will be clips of Liz Goodenough's award-winning documentary, Where Do the Children Play? I'm taking a little bit too much time. Shortly after 4, we'll conclude the symposium in this space, and then we invite you all to join us in the conservatory for a festive reception. Unless there are critical questions at this point, I want to introduce our first keynote speaker. Awesome. Well, our first keynote speaker is Dr. Denisha Jones. Denisha came blazing across my attention at the 2021 Teacher Tom Play Summit, and she left me wanting to know more. Denisha is the executive director of Defending the Early Years, a national early childhood advocacy nonprofit organization. A longtime educator in the space of early childhood education and care, Denisha has been a kindergarten teacher, has been a preschool director, and has over 20 years combined as a professor of education and teaching at both Sarah Lawrence College and Howard University. Denisha has a BA, a Ph.D., and a J.D. So I'm guessing that serves her very well in her work centered in educational justice, advocacy, and activism. In 2020, she became the administrator for Uniting to Save Our Schools, and she currently serves as the assistant executive director for the Badass Teachers Association. Since 2017, she has served on the National Steering Committee for Black Lives Matter at school. She is a true play advocate and completed an Angie Play fellowship in 2019. If you're not familiar with True Play and Angie Play, connect with Denisha. Her research interests include organizing activist research projects that examine grassroots movements to achieve racial justice in education, documenting the value of play as a tool of liberation with an emphasis on global approaches to play, and also working with parents and educators to foster positive racial, ethnic, and cultural identity development in the early years. Her first co-edited book, Black Lives Matter at School, An Uprising for Educational Justice, was published by Haymarket Books in 2020. Denisha will inspire and challenge us all for the next, I've leaned into your space just a little bit, 57 minutes. And then we will have 20 minutes for Q&A. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Denisha Jones.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for attending. I want to thank Lee and Tony and everyone who's welcomed us here. It's been great. First time in Ann Arbor and I guess Detroit, kind of. I flew in Detroit, maybe. I've been to Grand Rapids before for a conference, but don't get to make it out to Michigan a lot. Not to worry, I talk very quickly, so I will not miss those 3 minutes. But feel free to look at me and go like this, is what I tell my students to get me to slow down a little bit. And for you on the Zoom room, I might see you pop up and say slow down in the chat, so you can say that as well too. So thank you so much. I'm really excited to be here today. For the past 5 years, I've been studying play with an emphasis on global approaches to play. And based on my observations and interviews and awareness and critiques of systems of oppression, I've developed a theory about early childhood liberatory pedagogy rooted in play. And I also believe nature needs to be a part of that as well too. And so I believe that early childhood education and care rooted in liberation through play with a commitment to developing nature ecologies can save the world, right? And I know that sounds a little Pollyanna-ish, right? But actually I see that as very revolutionary for the work that I'm doing, right? So I think about Angela Davis said, you have to act as if it were possible to radically transform the world, and you have to do it all the time, right? And so it's not this fake positivity nonsense, we can change the world. It's no, the world is really, really bad and there's lots of bad things, but you have to remain committed to the belief in changing it. And Marianne Kwamba says, hope is a discipline. It is not something that you just, willy-nilly, right? You have to be disciplined about it. And so that's why I talk about changing and saving the world, right? Because that is my commitment to this work in early childhood. So I hope that my talk today will inspire you to not only be aware of the challenges we face, but to remain dedicated to the fact that through our work as early childhood educators, scholars, advocates, activists, and nature enthusiasts, we will and can build a better world. All right, got that? Perfect. Okay. So I currently serve, sorry, minimize this real quick. Perfect. Okay. I currently serve as the executive director of Defending the Early Years, an organization I've worked with since about 2014. So DEY was formed in response to inappropriate curriculum and assessments pushed on young children through Common Core and after No Child Left Behind. So in about 2011, 2012 is when it was formed. Early childhood experts Nancy Carlson Page and Diane Levin founded DEY to be a space where like-minded early childhood educators could advocate for a just, equitable, and quality early childhood education for all children. As I reflect on the work of DEY and other educational justice organizations, I realize that if we are going to have any chance at making the vision of DEY a reality, we need to remember that as early childhood educators, we have a responsibility to protect childhood. We know what factors optimize child development and which ones impede it. We know that children need hands-on opportunities to explore caring relationships with adults educated in child development and education, and safe spaces to engage with a variety of open-ended materials and in nature. We know that early childhood teachers are professionals who require a living wage and the autonomy to do what is best for children. We know that the future of this country depends on the ability of all children to grow up and utilize their full potential to address the global issues we face now and will continue to face. By framing our work with the goal of protecting childhood, we can make it clear where our responsibility lies and what our work is, and why our work is of the utmost importance, right? And as Lee said, right, we have collective power. And that's the one thing I want my students to lean and take away, because they say, you're all doom and gloom. All you talk about is all the oppression and all the bad stuff. And like, but lean into your power as educators in the classroom working directly with children, and your collective power to defend childhood, right? Because I think that is super important for the work that we do. So in her book, Teaching to Transgress, Bell Hooks said, I celebrate teaching that enables transgressions, a movement against and beyond boundaries. It is that movement which makes education the practice of freedom. So I've been playing around and rewriting famous quotes. I don't know, you get scholarly and you start doing weird things. So that's been my thing right now. So this quote led me to ask, what does education as the practice of freedom look like for young children? Since I was introduced to the theories of critical and liberatory pedagogy, I've often wondered, how do we apply these concepts to the education of young children? The work of Bell Hooks, Paulo Freire, and others are typically applied to working with youth and young adults, right? They typically start in the high school, middle school areas, and in college. The idea of centering freedom in our work as early childhood teachers never came up in graduate school, and it's never been a focus in my work as teacher educator. As I dove deeper into studying play, I realized that in the early years, play enables transgressions, a movement against and beyond boundaries, and it is that movement that makes play the practice of freedom for young children and their teachers. The first time I saw this meme, something really clicked, right? So I don't know, can you guys read it all? Would you like me to read it? So this is Carl Sagan, I believe he's a physicist. He goes, you go talk to kindergartens or first grade kids and you find a class full of science enthusiasts and they ask deep questions. They ask, what is a dream? Why do we have toes? Why is the moon round? What is the birthday of the world? Why is the grass green? These are profound, important questions. They just bubble right out of them. You go talk to 12th graders and there's none of that. They've become incurious. Something terrible has happened between kindergarten and 12th grade. And that was it. I was like, done. I don't ever have to say anything else again. Thank you, Dr. Sagan, right? It just began to click, right? Because I start to think about the many ideas that seem unconnected in my quest to unearth the possibility of liberatory early childhood education, and this was a big piece of that. Because anyone who works with young children knows how curious they are and how driven they are to know things by asking questions. Yet many of us who work with older students often complain about the apathy and boredom constantly on display. I have a 15-year-old and 17-year-old who assure me that they're not interested in anything but watching TikTok videos. And I'm like, wow, we're gonna have to change that, right? So what do you think happens in K through 12 that causes children to lose their natural curiosity? And now I'm not blaming our K through 12 teachers, right? Please don't take offense. I taught kindergarten. I know a lot of it is out of our control and it's the systems that are in place. But it's something that we definitely have to consider, right? With young children. If you're fortunate, young children begin with a hands-on, engaging early childhood experience that nurtures exploration and discovery. Then they get to begin their education in the practice of freedom. And I used to say all preschools were like that, and that's what early child education, but that's not even true for most kids to get that kind of hands-on early child education, because we've turned kindergarten into pre-K3, pre-K4, and it's all about academic readiness. So they're not even getting what they used to get in these early childhood spaces. So a child's innate drive for curiosity is nurtured and allowed to guide their development in those types of preschools. But unfortunately, only some children receive this type of early childhood education. If you're not familiar with the book, and I have a picture of it later, Segregation by Experience, Agency, Racism, and Learning in the Early Grades, it really shows how a lot of low-income, Black, Indigenous, and children of color are denied their agency in the early years and trained to believe that learning happens when you're quiet and obedient, right? And they documented that happening in kindergarten and first grade classrooms. And things get worse in K through 12, right? As the increase for academics in the early years leads to worse outcomes. So another study you should be familiar with is out of the Tennessee pre-K study. Dale Farron and her colleagues at Vanderbilt did the first randomized control study about preschool. And so that's a big deal in the research world. Like, you don't always get a randomized control. And so what did that mean? Tennessee was expanding the universal pre-K program, and they only had a certain amount of slots. So they had a group of kids who got in and went to universal pre-K, and they had a group of kids who could not get in. So that's your randomized control, right? You were able to then follow these groups of children throughout their educational career in the state of Tennessee. So they look at them, and at the end of the pre-K year, guess what? The pre-K kids were great. They had they were testing really well. Everyone was like so excited. Yes, invest in pre-K. But then at the end of the kindergarten year, those gains were gone. The kids who did not go to academic preschool, pre-K3, universal pre-K, they had already caught up by the end of kindergarten. And most of them either stayed home or were cared by a family or friend, but they weren't in formal academic preschool instruction. By third grade, the kids who went to academic preschool were doing worse in academic areas. By sixth grade, they were doing worse in social, emotional, and behavior, getting in trouble more, suspensions, lots of issues. So why is that happening? In our website on DEY, she has a blog that talks about surface skills versus foundational skills. And she claims that academic preschools focus on surface skills that do not serve you well for learning when you need foundational skills. And it's the foundational skills that parents of more means and children who go to open-ended play, child-led preschools develop. Those executive functioning skills, right? Those inquiry skills, those engaging skills, right? So this is important research because it shows that an early emphasis on academics is why something terrible is happening. Kids are coming to us with questions about the world, and we're telling them, not now, pay attention, learn what I want you to learn in ways that I want you to learn. And so they don't want to learn anymore. They don't want to read, they don't want to engage, right? And so it's important that we understand what's happening. So I made this image to show that we go from this to this, right? We go from, these are some pictures I took in Anji in China about the play there. Lots of play, lots of laughing, lots of construction, lots of inquiry. But then we get to school and we're in this era where kids are unhappy, teachers. I love this image, right? If you can see the teacher, wait, I was told there's a pointer here. How do I use that? So, this teacher, she's got budget cuts, masks, NRA, first aid kits, all these things, right? Teaching is really stressful. I've been doing a lot of research on teachers, especially during COVID, and finding out a lot of the stress that teachers are under, and children are very stressed as well, too. That's the missing part of the research we're not seeing is that. And so that's kind of the reasons why I've been thinking a lot about ideas about freedom and liberation through schooling as well, too. I think that's good there. So I argue that schooling is a boundary that restricts children's natural development, right? The boundaries that Bell Hooks was talking about. Forcing children to sit crisscross applesauce interferes with their natural physical development. Forbidding children to help a classmate, but forcing them to sit through SEL lessons on empathy restricts their natural social emotional development. Expecting young children to retell a story, including the beginning, middle, and end, without allowing them to tell their own stories, interferes with their language development. And demanding that children keep their bodies rigid and mouths closed before they can learn distorts their cognitive development, right? And I see teachers who are not trained to do this, but do this because they feel they have to, because this is the culture of a lot of schools and institutions that becomes very problematic. So how did we get here? Yes, so lots of ways, right? So the lack of investments in young children and their families, right? So the Children's Defense Fund puts out this report every year on the state of America's children, and I call it the shameful state of childhood in America. I think actually they put that on their title, and I copied it. And it's very distressing, right? If we think about how our children in America doing, they're not doing well. I could read the statistics, but I don't want, we know, right? But it's worse than you think. Even in your community, there's another community probably where it's worse, right? And so that's a huge issue. And a lot of those things, those lack of investments come because of racist and classist ideas about children, and then neoliberal policies like the global education reform movement, which is happening all around the world. Pasi Sahlberg talks about this a lot from his research in Finland and the United States and Australia, right? That we are focusing on these things, teaching core subjects, standardization, test-based accountability, market-based management, data and control. And that's pushing into the early learning space, especially as early learning is being pushed into the public school space, right? We're gonna see that a lot as well too. And we have these narratives, right, that still continue to reinforce racist and classist ideas like the achievement gap, right, that sets up children to be at a disadvantage when they begin, and then we limit what they have access to because of that. And then we have other narratives, learning loss, right? How many of you have heard, oh, learning loss? Yeah, I don't even want to get into it. Just know it's a myth, right? And then we have like the racism and classist issue. So this is from an article by Nathan Bryant and Gloria Booty, where they talk about anti-Black violence in schools and the different types, right? Physical, symbolic, linguistic, curricular, and pedagogical, and systemic, right? And that's present day. That research, I think I cited as 2014, I believe, right? And so they're examining how this is happening today in schools. And then the focus becomes on the wrong thing. Kindergarten readiness. What in the world is that? I know, I was a kindergarten teacher and I hated that. Like, no. And so this is something I just heard recently. So when I was a preschool director in California, we would bring in the kindergarten teachers to come talk to the parents about, and they would always say things like, man, I just want your kid to be able to be social, emotionally ready and all that. Don't worry about the letters and numbers. We'll work on that. They don't say that anymore. So a director told me she can't bring in kindergarten teachers to talk to their parents because now they're saying they need to be able to count to 20. They need to be able to write. Like they're saying horrible things because they're under so much pressure that it's not okay to just ask parents to make sure your child is safe, happy, healthy, right? And so that's a big change, right? That we're seeing this. It's being pushed on everyone and parents as well too. And so this is the book I mentioned, Segregation by Experience. And so because of these narratives, we're then denying children their agency and their learning. We're denying them play. We're denying them time in nature because they're at a learning loss, or they're on the wrong end of the achievement gap, or they're not ready for kindergarten, right? And so that's how all of these things kind of cycle through. Now, I could do a whole hour on this or 2 hours, but that's the nuts and bolts of how we got here in my belief, and some of the things that I've uncovered. Oh, and I forgot, oh God, and then the science of reading. Sorry, it's really upsetting because people they're passing laws. I think the last count was 20 states in the District of Columbia and are passing laws around science of reading to mandate reading instruction based on phonics, which doesn't really make really good readers because you take away the love and joy of reading when all you focus on is sounds and things like that. And what it's also doing with young children is a lot more testing. Benchmark assessments are coming in, right? So there's a cycle between the way we treat children, our attitudes and our policies, the narratives, and then what we actually do. And we fund and invest in programs like this, which are dangerous for young children. All right, enough of the doom and the gloom. How do we get free, right? Because we have to get out of this, right? So I have the 4 things here. I'm going to touch on all 4, but I'm really going to focus on the last 2, although I do have a couple slides on the second one. But so first, we have to get back to what I call restoring the link between high quality and child development. I know we all think we know what the oldest profession in the world is, but I challenge you that it is the care and education of young children. We have been doing this since our existence, and we will continue to do it, and we know what we are doing. We have an amazing amount of research on child development, even bad research, but we have a ton of it. Research from every country, research from all groups. But somehow the powers that be ask us to do things that are not based in the research. So we have to, enough is enough, right? So we have to start there. We have to think about positive racial, ethnic, and cultural identity development in the early years and our responsibility towards that, because that's super important for learning. Then we need to think about how do we enact play pedagogies that promote agency and the freedom to develop, learn, and teach. And we also need to create nature-centered environments and curriculums and what I call ecologies of development around nature as well, too. So at Defending the Early Years, we launched our first advocacy campaign in defense of early childhood education and care, restoring the link between high quality and child development. Every time I say it, I'm like, why do you have these long-winded titles to everything that you do? This campaign aims to reaffirm our commitment as early childhood educators to the principles of child development and resist mandates and policies not based in child development. Like I said, despite all the records and we know what to do, and the fact that educators are trained in child development, know how to provide high quality early childhood education and care, the lawmakers, elected officials, the bureaucrats are not letting it happen, right? They're pushing inappropriate curriculum and instruction strategies under a misguided belief that high quality must be tied to academic learning and rigid teacher-directed practices. And so high quality early childhood education and care must be based on principles of child development. And we know this research. And so what I did was just write, 10 things we know about child development. And that was hard because I wrote it with no citations, which as a scholar is just don't do that. But I wanted us to know, we know these things. We don't need to have it cited by old dead white men, sorry, Vygotsky and friends, right? To have it accepted. We know these things, right? We know them. And everyone who's read it, it's like, yeah, I mean, maybe I hadn't thought about some of them, but there's nothing I disagree with on there, right? And we know what doesn't support child development. So how do we get from this to this, right? So I encourage you to go to DEY website, sign up for the campaign, and learn more about what we're doing to help educators talk about this, because I think it's super important we get back to what we know about child development. Thanks. So one of the biggest boundaries that prevent young children from experiencing freedom in their education is our refusal to reckon with race and racism in this country, and I would say globally as well too, but I can only speak for the United States. The social construction of race has been used to build a nation rooted in white supremacy and structural racism. Yet 16 states, last I checked, that might have changed, have passed laws that ban the teaching truth about race, racism, claiming that it's divisive. We cannot continue to ignore how race and racism permeates every facet of life in the United States and the world and claim to want what is best for children. Thus, I argue for these 5 guidelines to be included in all efforts to see equity, justice, and diversity in our schools and communities. And so it starts with naming racism explicitly. I see a lot of things that like skirt around it. Diversity, culture, anti-bias, it's great. Can we specifically say that our goal with young children and ourselves is to be anti-racist, right? We need to lean into that commitment and to be able to say it. And I know it's tough in these times because people don't want to hear it. The pendulum is swinging, but it's important that we name it and we talk about it at all levels of the work we do: policy, curriculum, pedagogy, assessments, and our practices with young children. We have to understand how racial identity development works. And so DEY is about to release a anti-racist early childhood education and care curriculum framework that begins with fostering positive racial, ethnic, and identity development. How many of you have heard about racial identity development in young children? Yeah, it's not a lot. Every year, when I teach different classes, I use a book by Beverly Daniel Tatum called Why Are All the Black Kids Sitting Together in the Cafeteria? And she has chapters on racial identity development. And she's the only one who really talks about it in the early years, because most people talk about it around middle school age, right? That something happens, but it's actually a process that begins. And so for young children, they're absorbing message of racial superiority and inferiority through the silence of adults, right? Think about kids in the classroom acting out, playing, right? This is when you see a lot of racial ideas coming up, and they'll say things like, you can't be a princess because you're too dark, or you have to be the bad guy and I'm the good guy, right? But often we don't know what to say and we don't say anything. That silence reinforces those messages, right? So how do we challenge children who are just being socialized, right, to think about what they're saying there? We have to move past the focus on equality, because equality is not enough, and I'll talk more about that later. Adults have to do the internal work first. A lot of the first part of the framework is adults unpacking their racial socialization, unpacking all their thoughts first, because you have to do this work. And it's constant, right? Like Lee said, it's not like a check, I'm done, I'm culturally competent. It doesn't work that way, right? It's an ongoing process. And we have to have anti-racist includes relationships with parents and among staffs and teachers. We have to work with parents as partners in this work as well, too. And so just a little bit about positive racial identity development here. And so it looks different. Here's some ideas for supporting positive racial identity development. So 2 things to remember is that racial identity development is about how I am perceived as a racialized person, how I think of myself, and how others think of me. And most children don't think about themselves as racialized, right? Ask a 6-year-old, 7-year-old, to describe themselves, and they'll tell you things like, I'm tall, I'm short, I run fast, I like to play ball, I like science, I like things like that. They rarely ever say, I'm Black, I'm white, I'm Latino, right? Those things don't factor until someone else makes a comment about race, and then they have to start thinking about themselves, right, in that terms, right? So things that we can do is think about how we compliment and talk to children about dark skin color, the texture of their hair without touching it, right, please? Yeah, okay. But talking to them about those things so that it's natural for them. And even if you don't know and you have questions, ask, right? Ask adults, hey, I'd love to know more about this. Providing access to a collection of diverse books and materials and dolls, listening for those signs, those signs of racial inferiority messages and racial superiority messages, and thinking about how we can constructively scaffold them, right, to a different place. I hear you saying this. Can you tell me more about where that comes from, right, and what you're thinking and how we might support our friends? Using racial mirrors in your community for children to see themselves. I grew up in predominantly white communities in New Jersey. And so that was really a challenge to feel invested in the school. And so thinking about if you have 1 or 2 racial minority children in your classrooms, how are you creating racial mirrors so that they feel included? Talking openly and honestly about what it means to be a member of your racial group, and instilling racial culture and ethnic pride. And sometimes you can't do that, but that's when you lean into the community, the parents, the family, the friends, and you help them do it as well too. White children have racial identity development too. I love the research on this through Janet Helms and others, right? And so thinking about how to help them. And so there's 2 different goals. The goals for children of color is to not develop racial inferiority. And the goals of white children is to not develop racial superiority, right? And to understand. And so for white children, we talk about providing child appropriate explanations for why people have different skin colors. I had a 10-minute conversation with a child who went nap about melanin, because he just kept asking me about my skin. And it's like, I have melanin, you have some, but I have more. And then I had to follow it up with his mom because I knew he'd go home and talk about it. And she's like, I never thought to say it that way. And I'm like, well, I mean, he asked me, why is my skin so dark? And I don't know what else people would say when you get asked that question, but the answer is melanin. So having those conversations, making it normal is great. Give white children as well diverse books and dolls as well too. Listen for those signs of racial superiority and respond appropriately. I love it when people challenge me. Oh, so you think white kids are racist? I don't think children are anything. I think they're enacting out what they see in the world. So they may say something that sounds very racial superior, and I will, in appropriate ways, talk to them about it. Like, what I hear you say makes me feel a little uncomfortable. Can we talk more about this? And they always respond great. Like, they want to have these conversations with people because most of their families don't talk about it. They shush them, right? And so when I'm willing to have the conversation, I don't get a lot of challenges from them. Introduce your children to diverse people, and talk openly and honestly about what it means to be white and how white people contribute to anti-racist work. So that's just a little starting point. I will make sure that I share with Lee, and maybe she can send out an email, the upcoming work with DEY, so that people can be aware of what we're doing. Also, to challenge the assumptions and myths about how young children learn about racism. I love when people say they're too young, they just don't know. There's a great graphic that I don't have up here, that shows that even babies respond to skin color. I don't know, any of you guys work with infants and toddlers? I love it when my friends are like, I think my baby's racist, she won't let her hold you. And I'm like, oh my God, no. There's an age where toddlers, infants are very like selective. Like, I don't look like the family. They're very much like, get away from me, lady, until they get out of that phase. It's not, this just a normal part of development because they're aware of skin color and hair color and differences even at that age, right? So we need to challenge ourselves and know that, just because they're using racial or ethnic terminology, they're not just mimicking adults and other people, that they're actually taking an active part in their own socialization. And that's our job, is to interrupt it, to make sure it's a positive outcome, right? And support it as well too. Yeah, and that they don't understand the implications when they're doing something. They'll say, oh, they didn't mean anything by it. No, children actually know when they're saying something, right? They don't know the full meaning behind it, but they had a reason for saying it. And we need to lean into that, and help them think about it and give them ways. So lots of things to think about. And again, I can spend a lot of time on that. But the last thing I just want to mention is why equality is not enough. How many of you have seen this or seen an iteration of this? I love this one. So it first started with the 3, and then it changed, right? No, the 2, I think it was equality, equity, and liberation or something else. But I thought it was important to show why even equity isn't great. So if you see what's happening here, equality, it doesn't work out, right? Equity is better because at least now everyone has a fair and opportunity to see the game. But the reality of the world we live in is why equity will not be enough, right? Look at the reality is that some kids have way more than they need and some kids are way below. So what we need is full liberation. We need to remove all the obstacles from children, from all children, right? So they can all experience things together as well too. All right, now the fun stuff. Play, 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 play. So I've always valued play as an early childhood educator. Sorry, I have to check the time. There it is. Okay. I think we're good. As an early child educator, but it wasn't until I was introduced to true play that I really understood this idea of play as a tool for liberation. So through a friend, I learned about Anji play and their philosophy. In a rural province in China called Anji, a woman named Miss Chung enacted a philosophy of true play for all the government-funded kindergartens that serve 3 to 6-year-olds. So they're like preschools, but they call them kindergarten. After 18 years of observing children play and creating environments that fostered true play and working with teachers to understand how true play flourished, they were ready to share the Anji play philosophy with others. And so I joined a fellowship program of the 2-year cohort in 2019, and I got to attend the first annual True Play conference in Anji, China in 2019. And I got to see it in action. And so as I reflected on my observations and what I learned from the speakers, the themes of play as freedom and liberation really stood out as central to this work, even though nobody said those words, right? I was listening for them, but that's what I kept taking away from what I saw was happening. Since then, I've explored how play and pedagogy of play fosters freedom and liberation for teachers and children. As children are given more time for true play, deep, uninterrupted periods of time to engage freely with open-ended materials, that's how they define it, they are free to develop, free to learn, and teachers are free to teach. And as the teachers reclaim their freedom to teach, they are liberated from deficit thinking and racist ideas that don't see children as fully human and capable and worthy beings. Both the children and the teachers are liberated from misguided reforms that fail to see children in charge of their learning, right? So Ms. Chung talked about how there was this cognizance developing around the teachers about what children could actually do when teachers step back and let them actually do it, right? So one of the things we asked them about was the transition to first grade. What does that look like? And she said it is a challenge, right? And so because first grade is like regular public schools in China. So they invited the first grade teachers one point to come to the Anji preschools to see what's happening. And the teachers were like, we didn't even know the children were capable of this. I mean, they build elaborate constructions, materials, things that'll just blow your mind. So now those teachers were challenged to be like, wow, we are very much limiting what they're able to do because we never knew that they could do this, right? So that's an important part of that liberated from the deficit thinking about children could do. And I saw a lot of play and lots of things happening. So I'm going to talk now about the different types of how it was impacting development and the learning and the teaching, right? So here are some of my the top two are from Anji. The second one is from Pittsburgh. I do some research there as well too. And so I kept focusing on child development, of course, right? I teach the courses on child development where we talk about the theories but seeing it in action, right, was very interesting. And so I saw, Vygotsky tells us that play is the leading activity of development in the early years because play fosters optimal whole child development. It's just happening naturally, right? As children are playing, they're doing all of the development interrelated and not separated from each other, right? Even if they're just sitting there staring into space, smiling, right? I assume there's a lot of cognitive, social, emotional development happening in that brain, right? And you can kind of see it in different ways, but it was that freedom to do it as it felt right and necessary and not have to do it as a performance for a teacher, which I think is super important. I also saw a lot of opportunities for them to develop positive racial, ethnic, cultural identity development in their play, in their conversations with adults, with other children, and also being challenged, right, to unpack some of the messages that they might be doing, but they were more likely to have those conversations in play than not, right? It was a space that comes up. I've heard people say, I've heard children be very mean during play. Of course, there's a lot that's happening in during play. You go to that playground and it's time to stand up, right, or not, right? You're gonna learn what you're made of. The rubber hits the road when you leave your safe home and you're in a public playground, and what you do in your house does not fly with a bunch of other kids in the playground, right? And you either, sometimes the kids lean into some bullying behaviors, sometimes they get more shy, but they have to engage with other people. And that space to engage is what gives them the opportunities to work through these ideas, but they do need some adult scaffolding around them and support. And then I also been thinking about this idea of nature ecologies of development and how those are impacting on play. And I'm going to talk about them more in a little while, but I just want to mention that nature influences development. A lot of the research I read was like, nature gets kids prepared to take care of the planet. And I said, yes. Nature has adults being happy. And I was like, yes. Okay, but what about child development? And there is some research on there that I was reading that talks about it as well too. Research that documented how access to and time spent in nature leads to a stronger connection to nature, which leads to conservation and other sustainable actions and attitudes. But time and access to nature can also positively impact development, including children's well-being, pro-social behaviors, increase in creative thinking, and fewer psychological complaints, right? And that came from Chwala in 2019, who did a literature review on the different research that was looking about play and its impact, but really did look at development in young children in the early years as well, too. So then this idea of freedom to learn as well, I think is super important. The freedom to learn and the freedom to teach really threaten the traditional modes of education that schooling does, what Freire called the banking method, right, where we just fill kids with knowledge. When education is driven by children's innate curiosity, they are free to learn. And this is something I have to challenge some people who think children don't want to learn. And I'm like, you must not know children. They don't want to learn in the ways you want to enforce on them, but they actually want to learn. Their whole being is the search of learning and development. It's happening all of the time, right? It's the only way they grow is to constantly be learning. But it needs to be driven by them. So, we talk about teacher directed, child directed. I start using the term child driven, right? Children have to be in control. That's the agency piece of what they're doing for it to matter to them, right? For them to be, I've seen kids play for hours because it's their thing. They don't get bored. They don't get, or they start something new, or sometimes they are bored. I saw one boy walk around for 20 minutes saying he was bored, and the teacher's like, oh, I'll figure it out. And he did. And I'm glad he had that time to just walk over, literally saying, I'm bored as he's walking and meandering. He came to my camera because I was recording, and I gave him a lesson in recording, and he said, thanks. And then, I'm bored, I'm bored, I'm bored, I'm bored. And then he was playing with worms and rocks and all of this stuff. But most places, you don't have a freedom as a kid to be bored. And the teachers weren't rushing to solve it. They weren't doing any of that, which I thought was super important. So when the classroom supports self-directed learning through questioning, they are free to learn. When the schedule is full of time to tinker, build, experiment, and wonder, they are free to learn and deepen their ability to sustain their engagement and persistence. So one of the things at Anji they do is reflection. So after play, and it's about 2 hours, maybe 3 of outdoor and indoor play, they come inside and they sit in a room with the teacher, and she's got videos and pictures of their play. They draw, they do reflections, drawings of the play. So she has those up too. And they're talking about it. Now, for the conference, you didn't have a translator, so you just watched, but you couldn't get it. If you do an Anji Play study tour, you get a translator. So they're telling you exactly what the children and the teacher are saying. But, I go into preschools a lot and I watch Circle Time morning meeting, and it's really uncomfortable because within 10 minutes, kids are like antsy, don't touch me, move, da, 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 and it's hard to focus. And that's the one thing I was shocked by. They sat there for 45 minutes in a chair talking to the teacher, and there was none of that. I mean, they're not antsy when they've been outside playing for 2 hours, right? All of that energy was gone. They were exhausted, they were hot, they were sweaty, they were drinking water, but they were talking through this really, this really play thing they were building. It was a really easy fix. They were building something and there was a gap. And so it didn't work because it was a gap. But the teacher didn't tell them that. She had them keep coming up and talking about why it didn't work and why it didn't work. And so they were giving their ideas about why they didn't think it worked. And she scaffolded and they got up and they talked. And then that was it. Because then tomorrow you build it again and you try again, right? And so 45 minutes. 4 or 5-year-olds, 3-year-old, 45 minutes, because that's part of the culture. And so that's that sustained persistence and engagement in the work. And I only see that really when children are free to play a lot. And so they need a schedule that gives them time to tinker, build, experiment, and wonder. And then they also need to be trusted as risk takers. One of the principles of Anji play is risky play, or risk, that children have to be able to take risks. They have to assess for the risk. And so when they're trusted to take risks and collaborate with each other, they're free to learn. And when the goal of the education is to foster agency, they are free to learn as well too. But I really saw what was happening with the teachers, and this is what sold me on this. This is what made me be like a play cheerleader, right? Because again, I've been training teachers for almost 20 years now. Starting in 2020, two colleagues of mine in Utah started to do work on COVID, and it was really upsetting to see what was happening to teachers. So we were surveying them, we were interviewing them, and it just was like, I was driven even more to be like, I can't keep doing this work of preparing teachers to go into this profession that actually felt like it was killing them, right? Like I know COVID was a big thing, but it didn't get any better, right? It's still happening in so many ways, right? So I started to really think about, what did I see in my observations of play around the teachers? What are they doing, right? And so I saw teachers who were not just surviving, but were thriving, right? The one picture that I shared was from Pittsburgh. I do some research there with a program called Hatch Partners in Play. And they do open-ended playtime called Play Lab in public schools because they want to make it equitable. They started being like an off-location site, but that's not equitable because only certain families are going to find it. But going to public schools and working with kindergarten and first grade and second grade teachers to create dedicated time for play is equitable, right? And so that one school is in a predominantly low-income Black neighborhood, and they are doing Play Lab. And so I got to observe the teachers, observe the play there, and it was in the middle. So it was in 2021, I think. So, right, like they were back in school, but they were still masked, right? The first year they came back and they were masked. And at the end, I asked the teachers about how do they feel the year was different for them compared to their colleagues who don't have Play Lab. And they said that a lot of them are stressed from the pandemic and things. And because they had this play community, they weren't as stressed. The children were better community builders. They got along better. They were processing from the trauma of COVID. Children were traumatized by this. And the play and the time allowed them to kind of process it. So the teachers felt like they were doing better than their colleagues who didn't have Play Lab, which, right, an hour of play a day, committed. You couldn't protect it. You couldn't take it away. So you couldn't say, oh, you're not going to Play Lab today. No, we don't use Play Lab as punishment. And during Play Lab, you couldn't like remove a child. You could like redirect them, but they got to get back to the business of play. So that protection allowed the children to know that this was theirs and it wasn't going to be taken away, and they were going to make time for it. And as I came in to do my third observation, they were doing more time for it than I've seen before. It went from an hour a day, most days, to like every day, maybe an hour and a half. And when I asked the first grade teacher, because he seemed the most reluctant at first, why they were doing more Play Lab, he's like, oh, because we're getting through our teaching so easy, I can spend more time in play lab. He's like, I'm not having to like, he's like, he was just shocked. I mean, he's been teaching for 30 years in the school. He's from the community. And he was really shocked about how the play lab changed the community of the students that made them better learners, right? And made them engage more with the materials in the classroom in first grade. So after that first year, they elevated Play Lab to all kindergarten classrooms in the school. And those 3 teachers have now become the ambassadors of the program. And so it's really important. They leaned into their observations. They were developing more relationships with students. They had time to support learning. The curriculum was more relevant, engaging, and they were working as partners with the children and the families and the other teachers in unleashing potential, which I thought was super important for their work. So now I'll get to the nature and liberation piece. And so I've done a couple of sessions. I must say, my nature experience is interesting. I was part of the last generation who played outside all day gone. Like parents did not know where we were, like built a fort in the woods, like found the entrance to the sewer drain in New Jersey and ran that damn thing for miles. At one point we were underground, we look up, we're like, where are we? These people are like, what are you doing down there, kids? We're like, chilling. Yeah, that storm drain. I shouldn't say sewer because it didn't, I mean, we were kids, we wouldn't have known, but I think it was more like the storm drain, the water would run down, but we were in there, right? So we had time in nature and play. But I did feel I had kind of a nature deficit when I started teaching kindergarten. And I forced myself to take the kids outside all the time. The other teachers were like, will you stop taking them outside in that cold weather? Because then they're looking at us like her class is out there. Miss Jones takes her class out there. And I'm like, I don't want to be out here freezing my butt off, but if I don't take them out here, we're not going to have a very good day. I had to make that, just suck it up, bundle up, go out there. I would run in place while they did their thing for 20 minutes, but it made such a big difference for them to get out there. And so I had to kind of force myself. And then I started camping as an adult with a group of friends. And mind you, this was just an excuse for day drinking, but we had a good time in nature. And I really started to see that nature deficit in my own life erode, where the first time I was terrified to walk around in the dark. I didn't want to go to sleep. And now, like, I don't need a light. I'm stumbling through the woods. I'm like, I'm okay, right? Because I got so used to it year after year by the Shenandoah River where we went camping. And so I've seen nature improve my own life. And then thinking about what it does for children is really important. So in addition to impacting development, time and access to nature can assist in moving against the boundaries that seek to restrict our freedom and perpetuate the status quo, inequity, and oppression. Systems of oppression lead to environmental terrorism, right? We have to remember that part of capitalism and imperialism and racism and settler colonialism is this idea of environmental terrorism too, from these systems of oppression that then threaten the planet. And so an early childhood liberatory pedagogy must be connected to fostering liberation through time and access to nature. This connection to nature can assist in repairing our relationship to the earth and laying a foundation for children to grow as stewards of the land, right? And that's a lot of the research that I read talks about how time in nature is why children feel so connected to the environment. Like they grow up, and that's who adults, when they talk about adults who are big into nature, they spent time in nature's children and they feel this connection. And that's super important for them to see that we have a responsibility and that we should be connected, right? We should see our existence connected to the earth. And then we must foster sustainability in our pedagogy, curriculum, and learning environments so that we can build nature ecologies of development. And what do I mean by those? Sorry, I was just checking for time, but I think we're okay, right? Okay. Here we go. So are you familiar with Bronfenbrenner? He's one of my friendly theorists that I talk about, Bronfenbrenner, Vygotsky. So this is the ecology of human development that Bronfenbrenner's theory, and this is also talking about trauma, but I like the circles and how. So if you're familiar with it, we start with the child in the middle, and then it's the microsystem, which they say dyadic relationships. It's like your family, the close people have a close connection in your life. Then the mesosystem is interesting because it's how those close systems interrelate, right? So your family, school, community, how they connect. Then the exosystem, I tell my students, it's are the systems that don't directly influence the child, but do influence them, like parents' work, school laws, right? Things like that. And then the macro system is the societal culture, right? And then the chronosystem, it looks at changes over time. And so for me, a nature ecology of a development is going to then think about how does nature, time and access to nature impact all of these different areas of development, right? So thinking about the microsystem, right? Thinking about children whose families might maybe they don't live, they don't live in a place with a lot of greenery, but they don't have it, right? And so they don't have access. So how are their system of nature then interact with the school, the community, and things like that? And how does that impact their development, right? So there are some children who live in communities where they don't see a lot of nature, don't have it, and then they might go to a school that doesn't do it either. And the community doesn't have enough play spaces or green spaces for them. So we see that kind of limiting their development. And then if the society and the systems don't value it, that's also problematic. One of the things I noticed in China and Anji, the first one we went to, the school, was not actually a school. The kids got older and moved on, and they asked for a park, an Anji play park, because they missed the Anji play that they had in the preschools. So the community built an Anji play park for everyone, and that's the first place we went to explore the park and see. And it was just like what the school property looked like. And so that's a really important thing, because that's in the community, and then that's going to impact all the layers of development here, because children now have access to that as well. And so a nature ecology development considers how how nature impacts systems of development. So how does it access to time with nature impact our dyadic relationships, our connections, our systems and institutions, and our social cultural value? And how has time changed, time impacted access to and with nature, and how has access to and time with nature changed over time, right? How many kids today are free to go roam their community for 8 hours and just be home when the street light came on? Not many, right? That's just not, I mean, they would get in trouble. There's actually people talking about trying to change community law so that parents can let their kids be more free range and not get in trouble. Because now if you see a kid outside, you're going to call the cops. Like, what's this kid doing out by themselves? Like, kids used to be out by themselves all the time. And so we have to think about the changes over time. By developing nature ecologies of development, we are able to advocate for nature as essential to the learning environment, the curriculum, the pedagogy, and the development of the whole child, which is super important. Where are we? Okay. Supposed to be 10, 15? 10 minutes. Okay. So, but this is the last one. So, so I end with this. I've been working, so this is the one with doom and gloom, right? It's all connected. So I'm teaching a class this summer on the foundations of education, and I've decided to change my approach. So I'm starting with that image on the left, like it's all connected. And then I made this image on the right. And so we're going to spend time talking about the ways that schools foster these systems of oppression, right? Capitalism, racism, hierarchy, environmental terrorism, settler colonialism, imperialism, and then the things that are connecting them: patriarchy, white supremacy, individual over community, man destroys nature, misogyny, right? And they're all connected. But then how have we been resisting this? Because we have been resisting these things for a long time. So abolitionist teaching, right? If you're not familiar with Dr. Bettina Love, right? She talks about abolitionist teaching. It is resisting racism and patriarchy and white supremacy, right? Humanizing play pedagogies is resisting the hierarchy, the white supremacy, and the individual over community. Disruptive STEM. I just co-edited a co-editor for a book series, and our book is coming out soon on disruptive STEM, and I loved it. It was so amazing. I had not read anything like that, but it's really thinking about STEM education to disrupt the environmental terrorism, the individual over community, and the man destroys nature systems of oppression, right? And so that's where I would put the nature ecologies as well too. Decolonize pedagogies that get us back to the land, right? To disrupt settler colonialism, misogyny, man destroys nature, and then this liberatory education as well, to disrupt imperialism and patriarchy and misogyny, right? So I believe that when we center education as the practice of freedom, we can see how all these different approaches can burst these bubbles of oppression. But instead of waiting until children are in high school or college to introduce them to these quivers of disruption, we can, there we go. We can and should start in the early years so that we could maybe save the world, right? Having young children positioned to, you're not going to go home and talk, hey, mom, you know about, decolonization and all of this stuff, but they're going to have the seeds and then the idea that they have a responsibility, right, to the world to care for it, to make it a better place. And young children have this. But it gets drummed out of them, right, as they get older. And so part of it, I think, is the work too, is extending what we do really well in the early years to the early grades, right, and through middle school and through high school, so that they don't lose that, right? How do we create more Greta Thunbergs, right? How do we create more students who never lose their love for nature and inquiry and for fair and peace? Talk about, kids who know fairness. 5-year-olds, right? They are experts in unfair things, right? They will call you so quickly on that. that because their life is about not having a lot of power. So they really intimately think about that a lot. But as they get older, they're kind of taught that it's not their place, right? And that they should just follow along. Part of the socialization work is about going along with the status quo, not being a disruptor, because then you start to see how you are punished for stepping outside of what is designed for you, right? There's the systems that you're supposed to be in. And so how do we get children to feel comfortable saying, man, that sounds horrible. Like, I don't want to do that. Like, that doesn't sound like a good thing to do. How do we lean into that? And so there are practices that we can do in the early years. And I believe it starts with play. And I believe it starts with more time and access to nature. And I believe it starts with a belief that this is what we should be doing. And then a commitment to doing it and working collaboratively with all of the people in the kid's life, right? Those back to that that image, right? Working with all of these different systems, right? We can't just do it in our classrooms. It used to be the goal, but now we have to think about working outside, connecting. There's a librarian here. Yes, right? Libraries are awesome. So Auntie Play in Madison, Wisconsin is being done through the Madison, Wisconsin public library system because the head librarian there is awesome and she wants play there and she's having it. So they have indoor and outdoor Auntie Play experiences and they travel through the community. So who do you work with? Parks and Rec. Because if we can bring Auntie Play to the Parks and Recs community of every city, then we're having more access to this, right? When I go to play conferences in other countries, in Scotland, it's not early childhood teachers. They're a small percentage. It's therapists, it's speech pathologists, it's all the science people who are invested in child development, and then it's all the community-based people, right? It's not just an early childhood thing, and they have a stronger commitment to children's play because of they're all involved, right? All of these systems are involved in thinking about it. So how can we branch out into all of these systems as well too? And how can we lean in? And maybe there are other arrows, quivers that we can be throwing here, right? These are just some that I've been experiencing and reading about. And again, I'm not an expert in all of these. I have to read about them. And that's the point, right? But there's so much information to learn and to share with each other and to build that collective power that Lee talked about is super important as well too. So I'm actually going to wrap up 5 minutes early because those are the slides. I forgot to put my email up here, but I'll make sure that you have it. But yeah, thank you so much. And I'm definitely interested in your questions. I tried to go longer. I tried. Thanks. Oh yeah, give me the timer here. And I was like, it's close. Do you want to take this?
Thank you, Denisha. Thank you. Woo! I certainly have many thoughts, and you are very fast. So some of my thoughts are bumping into other of my thoughts, which is actually not an uncommon situation in my brain. But a couple of things. So now it's time for Q&A. Trina is back there with the microphone and she's going to move that around. And maybe so, oh,
you got another one. Perfect.
good. Thank you. If you can just indicate in some way that you have a question that you'd like to ask and she'll bring the microphone around. And then folks who are joining us in this space via technology, if you would please put your questions in the Q&A tab. The chat is not open right now, but the Q&A tab. We'll start with some questions.
Yes.
Trina, there's someone here with a question. Thank you.
Sorry, I'm just adding my email. I
Great.
felt bad it wasn't up there, but that's up there.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Wow. I have all the feels. So I've been teaching for about 16 years and my philosophy and advocacy has always been early childhood. And I am going through a transition right now. And I know in my heart that everything that I've been doing is for children, and the pressure of testing and things that are being pushed down to us are out of control. And I feel out of control or not in control. And I do think we're in a crucial time. When we did a survey of the room, there were how many college students in the education program?
Yeah.
So like, I know that that is something I'm really scared of. So my question is, because there is a balance, and you spoke of like children having to perform for the teacher, but also you cited so many things you've seen teachers do positively to encourage play. And my mindset as I'm getting older is I want to be proactive. And it's like, what educational freedom can we instill in, because I'm kindergarten, like I'm in a public school, but I also taught preschool, but that educational freedom, and I feel fortunate my current contract has that, but I know not all do.
Yeah.
So like if the, principal walks into my room and they're all playing and crazy, like they might say something, but they learn that that's just my chaos, and that's good.
Yeah.
So I don't know I want to know what to do next.
For like in your classroom, or you were talking about college students for them?
Well, all just
Yeah,
like
yeah.
what do we need to do to get people excited about teaching because they know what they're doing? And
Yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
I mean, I know you went into it, but
No,
that's
no,
my
it's a
question.
good thing. I appreciate the question. So first thing and foremost, I say you got to get adults playing again. Yeah. So when Anji, so you can purchase if you have $100,000 or more, Anji Play materials. They're great. A preschool in Pittsburgh just got them. The Falk Lab School at the University of Pitt now has Anji materials. The first thing they do when they bring out Anji materials is to let the adults explore them first. So teachers, parents, staff, everyone needs to come out. Like I forgot like how fun and silly it was. Is it good? To play. To play when I was playing in China, right? Literally, I have a picture of me coming down a slide on a hill in a skirt, and I caption it, I forgot I was wearing a skirt as the kids were cheering me on. I jumped off the top of a structure. All the kids were jumping and landing on the mat, and I was scared, and I turned around not to do it, and I had 10 little Chinese children cheering me on, and I did it, right? They have this really weird thing. I call it like a 4-post seesaw. Like it's connected in 4 logs and they're on tires. And so it's a balancing act. I've never laughed so hard in my life with the kids on that. And that's when you realize laughter is the shared language of play. Because again, I don't speak Mandarin, they don't speak English, but through the laughter, we were communicating really well. But it was those experiences that really stuck with me, the play, the actual playing. And so we've got to get adults back into feeling play. One of our fellowship trainings, we were in a room and we had blue masking tape and we played for 45 minutes and it was hilarious. Like we were taping people to the wall or we were trying to. It was fun, right? We need that fun back, right? Teachers, parents need to remember what it was like to build and to play. They lose it, right? And so getting people there, I think is super important. So that's number one. And then for teachers, I tell them, I get it. I know you're stressed. This is a horrible time to be a teacher. It's not great. So what do you want to do? Do you want to give in to the stress and nonsense and let it kill you? Or do you want to find a way out? Like, come, let me help you find a way out. There's a way out of this, right? We went into teaching because of the joy of watching children learn and develop in our classrooms. We need to reclaim that, right? And so it's so much pushback, but that's when I tell teachers a couple of things. Know your child development. Stand in your truth. Like you can't just say, oh, I want them to do it because it's fun. I mean, it is, but we can't use the F word, right? We have to be like, don't you see them over there developing their executive functioning skills, cognitive this, language is this, like, yeah, right? We have to lean in and then talk to parents, reassure them that a child spending a day all in play is a good day. It's a day of learning. Right? It's not this idea that they're not doing anything. It's a day of development. It's a day of learning. You know, I tell parents all the time, do you want your child to be a happy, well-adjusted adult? Or do you want them to be miserable working a job they hate that might pay well, right? And you get different answers sometimes, but for the most part, they don't want their kid to be, living on the street. They're so afraid of their children not doing well. But the research on self-directed learning through Peter Gray and his organization talks about those kids they're the most well-adjusted adults. They have careers they love. They're invested in the work they do, right? And so part of it is pushing against those fears, right? Not ignoring them because people tend to ignore the fears and that's not good or dismiss them. So push against those fears, lean into what we know and let the children guide us, right? I love talking, they're like, what do you mean you study play? That's a joke. What do you mean? And I tell them I'm here, I study play. Why would you study play? And they tell me sometimes there's something valuable in our play. We're just goofing off. And I love it because they don't even think it's valuable and they think it's weird that I show up and this is my job. And so having those conversations with them has really gotten me to see that they don't see it as work and they don't want it to be work. They want it to be free, but I'm, getting them to see what you're doing right now is important. And I want teachers to lean into that. So yeah, I hope that helps. And it's really just stay committed to what you're doing and bring as many people along as you can. So when I deal with obstructionists, it's like, look, you're not into this, fine. Can you back off and let us do our thing? Or are you going to be a roadblock? If you're a roadblock, we have to take a different tactic. We have to remove you. If you're just not with it, then just don't be with it, but don't interfere with what other people are doing. And I've talked to principals and administrators that way. And some of them say, fine, we'll just stay away because we don't think it's great, but we won't block. And some of them are like, no, I don't want this happening. Then we got to get, that takes a little more, a little more organizing, but it is possible to get around them. But giving those people an option to just not be involved, but not prevent it also gives them a way to and then they come along and they see it, they see the changes. The reason why the play got expanded at that school was because the principal and administrator saw a difference in those 3 classes of children, and they wanted all the children in the school to have that difference, right? So the witnessing part is important. The teachers weren't, and they would thought play was cool, but they didn't see the power of it until that year of doing play lab. So it takes time, but we'll get there. Thanks.
We have a question from the chat.
Oh, okay.
This person says, I'm not a professional, just a prospective parent. This was amazing. What should I keep in mind as a layman? I know it can be hard for only children as well.
Yes. So first of all, share that everywhere you go. We don't hear enough from the parents who get it, right? Parents who are play is great. We don't hear them. We hear the ones that's naysayers all the time. And so we need you guys to be very vocal and say why. When someone says, oh, aren't you afraid your kid is not learning anything? My kid's fine, right? They're fine. They're learning to be themselves. They're playing. So speak up and share that experience. I think is super important. Help other parents get there who are struggling with their child. And, especially if their child is struggling because they're not doing things that they're not supposed to be doing, like reading and writing at a very young age, be the one to say, have you thought about a play-based preschool program to help them, right, develop the skills that they need before they're ready for all of those things. Just being that advocate, I think would be really helpful. And talking with your kids about it too, so they understand. Because sometimes your kid will come to you and be like, Mom, I should be reading, I should be writing, I should be doing more things. All we do is play in this preschool. I was that kid, right? So you're going to want to talk to them about it too, and why you're invested in it and why you think it's important, so that they can understand it as well.
Hi. We know there's a lot of issues with the system, and we're trying to change the system, but I was curious your thoughts about alternatives to the system as homeschooling or micro schools or creating other opportunities.
Yeah, that's a great question. Now that I have 2 kids, I recently adopted 2 teenagers. So yeah, I wanted them to get socialized in school, and I think that's important, but I'm also schooling is cramping my travel life schedule. So maybe we can, I don't know, we'll see, we'll talk about it, but I think there are alternatives and I think they're worth checking out. I remain committed to public school because it's the biggest driver of equity to children, not that it's always good. There are many horrible public school systems out there that are terrible and have been inflicting harm, right, on young children. But my problem with alternative programs is that they're limited, right? How do we get them to grow in underserved communities? But I've seen a lot. COVID get a growth of Black homeschooling families, Black liberatory parents who are trying to develop pods and other things, other groups as well too. So I think they're important. I think, defending the early years, we're all about access to early childhood, but I'm personally don't want to see more preschools in public schools because they don't have enough emphasis on child development there. They don't have enough training. The principals aren't trained in child development. Not all the teachers are. So they do inappropriate things, right? So I think we need more opportunities and more pathways and not less, right? So I want children to be able to go to a play-based place till they're 10, right? And maybe delay formal schooling later. That would be an alternative type thing. I think that's the choice that we want, right? Choice is a bad word sometimes because it was used to do neoliberal stuff like marketing schools, privatization. But the true choice means parents choosing what they want for their children. And if parents want to choose play, why can't they, right? And so I do think there's some ways to do that, but how do we make them more equitable? Yeah. There's someone, oh, she's got the mic back there. I don't know.
So building off of that, where do you see opportunities for policy change if we're thinking about public schools?
Yeah, that's a big one. So I think the policy for public schools, there has to be a requirement. Indiana had this. So I did my PhD at Indiana, and for years, we did a kindergarten endorsement. If you were teaching kindergarten, the elementary ed certification was 1st through 6th. So to teach kindergarten and you had elementary ed, you had to come back and get your kindergarten endorsement. And that was great because I got to talk to elementary teachers about young children. They stopped doing it. Well, they changed the elementary ed to K through 5, but we know that in elementary, you don't get a lot of child development. So first in public schools, we have to make sure that everyone teaching children 5 to 10 has a solid training and understanding of child development. Think about, I just mentioned the principals. So at Howard University, we have a Department of Educational Leadership and Policy Studies, ALPS. And so when I was there, I kept asking the director, like, can I get a class or a workshop or even a Saturday to just talk about child development? Because you've got principals who are in charge of 5-year-olds and they don't know anything about young children. And they're doing things that aren't right. And so why doesn't principal leadership include training in child development? Why don't all aspects of education include training in child development? And one course is not enough, right? But that's all most of our teachers get unless you're in early childhood specifically. So how do we bring the principles of early childhood to all of the teacher training to be a part of it and a foundational part of it? And I think that's a policy change, right? That could be done by the state licensing agencies that require it and the schools that prep them, right? But we're asking them to take on more. They're going to tell me, my leadership students are busy. They got a lot going on. You're asking them now to take a course on child development. I'm asking you to find a way to integrate it into the program because it's important. Because if I read one more article about a principal doing something horrible to a 5-year-old because they don't know any better, right? They take a middle school tactic. What are they were doing? Making them hold hands. The boy, like kids were fighting, making them sit together and hold hands to like as punishment for fighting, right? Or this idea of bringing down the 3rd grader to, oh, you want to act like a baby? Go sit in the kindergarten class. That's a horrible tactic to do. Please stop doing that to our children, punishing them by making them hang out with little kids, right? That's like punishing them by sending them to the library. That was a win for me, okay? Because the librarian is like, did you get in trouble again? Are you doing this on purpose? I'm like, maybe, but they keep sending me here and I like to read, so let's do it, right? But that's it, we can't be doing things like that. And so those are policy issues that I think we can work on. But we have to be committed to understanding why child development is so important. She was right here, and then there's some other folks too. Oh, okay.
Okay. I was wondering if you have made the connection between art and play, which, are very connected, and possibly some of your ideas, if they were incorporated in art education,
Mhm.
for art teachers, might really help them in developing creative thinking
Yeah.
and problem solving, which would be, beneficial.
Yeah, yeah. Someone was asking me what I teach, and Howard, I said I'm teaching a class on integrating music, movement, and art in public schools. And I said every class I teach doesn't matter what. There's a topic on play, foundational stuff, race, gender. Because some are like, it doesn't work in my classes. I haven't found the class that it doesn't work in. I taught methods for teaching science, and we were talking about environmental racism and science and citizen science and all of these things, right? So I think it's important to bring it in. I was fortunate to do some play work with teaching artists, right? So they were working in public schools and wanted to know more about play, and I got to speak with them. So yeah, there's a big part of art and play and just that engaged environment that we need all the teachers. We need the PE teachers, the art teachers, the music teachers. You ever had a music class that did not feel good? Like learning to play the recorder was awful. It was like a horrible class. And I'm like, music's supposed to be fun, right? But they're not even, because they're feeling pressure. Why are you feeling pressure in music? I don't understand. But they're not doing it, engaging it in playful ways. So we need to bring them all in as well too.
Hi, I think you've already touched on this with a couple of your answers, but I'm curious what this kind of looks like moving from young kids all the way up to adults. You talked about how adults, we should all play more, and I see that as really true. So, like what would this look like for middle schoolers or high schoolers?
Yeah, that's a great question. So the Play Lab, which hatches, they're now in 1st grade. And so now the kids who had Play Lab in kindergarten, they get to 2nd and 3rd grade. They're like, where's our Play Lab? So we see it growing every year because these kids had that experience and they want to keep doing it. Another school that we went to was up to elementary. I think it was up to 6th grade. So they had STEM and they thought we could do play, but the guy didn't like it called play. He didn't like the term play in STEM. And I'm like, oh, I wish you didn't feel that way because tinkering is play, engineering is play, it is all play. So helping people to you can have it in the upper grades and we'd love to see more experiences with it. One of the schools, I think it's actually here in Detroit, she sent me the video and she said they're doing Play Lab and they got 2 high schoolers to help. And so the first thing the high schoolers did was, can we play? And so she had videos of the high schoolers playing with the materials and she sent it to me because she knew I'd love it. And then I said, have you thought about doing Play Lab with the high school? She goes, that's what they want to do now because they're working with the little kids and they want to take the Play Lab back to the high school and get them working. And so again, often it's called STEM and STEAM and all of these different things, but we shouldn't be afraid to call it play. At the college level, so at Sarah Lawrence, we have a program called CAPE, Community Adventure Play Experiences. And it's like collecting recycled materials and then bringing them out to play. one of the kids, I think they were in Antigua, and he said, I never knew I could have so much fun playing with garbage. And we're like, that's exactly what you're doing. But one of the things they do on Accepted Students Day and during the first week of classes is they host the Cape on the college campus. And so we put the materials out and we just wait, and kids kind of just start gravitating, college students. And I love being there that day to see them doing it. So more opportunities for young adults, because even if you're not going to go into education at Sarah Lawrence, we want you to be able to advocate for child development and play. So a lot of the programs have them come through the Early Learning Center to observe children in a variety of classes so that they can get that experience. And we talk about play even for our film students, even for our science majors, right? How do we get them invested as well too? So, and yeah, and time for play with adults in the community as well.
I think we probably have time for one more question. Is there one on the chat, Carrie?
I've got one.
Great.
If I can steal that spot,
Yeah.
thank you. I am a homeschool mom,
Yeah.
and thank you. I have 6 and 8-year-old, and so I am privileged that we can have a long story time at lunch,
Yeah.
and we can read books that are controversial and talk about it, even though they're 6 and 8 already. So, and I'm inspired by Amber with Heritage Mom talking about diverse books, if anybody's heard about that, and taking some books off the pedestal. I'm concerned about banned books and for the librarians, the difficulty they're probably having with schools. And so while I recognize my privilege and would love some advice, I also am wondering, how do you recommend public schools handle the conversation to have with community and parents, doing that internal work so that they can communicate how kids can discuss these difficult topics when certain books aren't allowed.
Yeah. So DEY, we've launched a banned book club. And so we are getting people to feature banned book clubs. We wanted them to read them aloud, but that's a copyright problem because it's on a public YouTube page. So we have them just making a short video featuring a banned book and why it's important for young children to read. And so we have a couple up and we're getting more of those to just promote early childhood literacy is super important. So what I tell people is, I think what's happening, there's a lot of push around racial justice, gender justice, all of these things, and it's great. But I think the biggest issue is that we weren't talking to parents about it before we were talking to children about it. Think about what we're asking parents to do. Parents went to school and no one ever talked about white supremacy, capitalism, gender diversity, pronouns, right? This is foreign to them. And then their child's coming home talking about something they don't understand. And what do kids do? They overextend. So the mom might say, you're a racist, right? No parent wants to hear that from their child. So then they come mad at you and screaming at you. And I say, do a better job starting with parents in the beginning. Tell them explicitly what you're talking about and why. And I am clear with parents. I mean, a lot of them, they see me from afar. You're that crazy critical race theorist, crazy lady. But when we sit down one-on-one and they know that all I want is for their child to grow up and be happy and healthy and not end up on the news doing something stupid and racist, they agree. I haven't met a parent who doesn't want their kid not to end up on the news doing something stupid and racist, right? And when I say it's just that simple, right? Kids have had their acceptances rescinded from Harvard for making racist videos when they were, do you want your child doing that? And they don't think about it till it happens. When it happens, it's too late because now you're going to defend your child till the end. How about we not get there? How about we not get to a situation where your child's going to do something like that? Or do you want your child to stand up to something that's happening and say they're not okay with that? Most parents do, but they haven't been educated on these topics, right? My brother, I was like, I want to give my nephew this book and it had transgender in it. And I don't want him reading this and thinking he's a girl. What if he does that? I said, well, I don't think that's going to happen, but I don't want him to grow up and bully transgender kids either. So let's have a conversation with him about it. And I modeled the conversation, which had nothing to do about body. I mean, my nephew did say he was a boy because he had a penis, but that's what it wasn't what I was going for. But we modeled a conversation about it. And he understood that if somebody feels that they're a different gender, then that's their gender and that's it. And there's no reason to worry about it. And my brother's like, that's it. And I'm like, that's it. That's the conversation. It's not, but I had to let him share his fear, share mine, and meet in the middle. Too many people dismiss parents because they're concerned about what does it mean to talk to kids about different genders and breaking down a binary. They don't want their kids to be that way. But, and I didn't say, well, he still might, right? I didn't want to scare him, right? Because my understanding of gender is he might be 15 and change his mind, but we'll deal with that when we get there. But just leaning into those uncomfortableness with parents and getting them on on the same page. We want the same thing. And we know that this works. And we're asking you, this is the way the world is moving. Do you want your child unable to go to college and get along with different people? And the other thing is they're being actively recruited by the other side. The internet is a hotbed of recruiting of neo-Nazis and other horrible people are out there recruiting your child. And if you're not out there telling them that this is wrong, what's going to stop them from someone else telling them, oh, I know how you feel. You know, they lean into that. And so we have to get parents in on the defense side of that. And I think we can. I just don't think it's happening enough. So I hope that helps.
Thank you so much, Denisha. We are just about to take a break, but I know that you probably also have a lot of questions and you're wondering about some things that you want to touch bases and have more conversation with Denisha. I'm feeling good that you're up for that.
Yeah.
Yes.
Get around, yeah. Well, we are going to stop when Jose starts because I want to hear that.
Yes, awesome. Right, so you can touch bases with Denisha all through the day, really. We will take our break for 10 minutes and be back here for Jose González at 10:45.
Yep.
Yeah. Although I have followed Jose's work for a number of years, I had the opportunity to meet Jose González last summer and talk to him at Child and Nature Network's Inside Out conference in Denver. And again, I wanted to know more. Jose González is the founder of Latino Outdoors, the co-founder of the Outdoorist Oath, and a former partner at the Averna Group, an organization providing diversity, equity, inclusion, and justice resources and services specifically for the outdoor and environmental professional sectors. Currently a fellow with the Pisces Foundation, an environmental think tank. Jose has many, many years of experience with environmental education in the whole gamut of settings. With a BA from UC Davis, teaching credentials from Cal State Sacramento's Bilingual and Multicultural Education Department, and a Master's of Science from the University of Michigan's, formerly SNRE, currently School of Environment and Sustainability. Jose is a professional educator with training in the fields of education and conservation, often exploring the intersection of environment and culture. Jose self-identifies as Green Chicano, weaving together many roles: conservationist, environmentalist, artist, Chicano, educator. Jose has a great sense of humor, and I am frequently moved by a sense of optimism and generosity. Jose will present for the next 58 minutes or so, followed by 20 minutes of questions and answers from all of us. Please join me in welcoming Jose González.
All right. All good. 56.4 minutes ready to. Now, first of all, it's great to be here with you all. Like I shared yesterday, it's always interesting to hear your own bio being read back at you and kind of seeing what comes through and whatnot. And as much as it's celebratory, I was sharing with students yesterday, remember there's the other bio, which is like all the ways in which you've stumbled and fell and like were embarrassed and are just as fallible as everybody else. So I just want to note that because I want to start by recognizing all the expertise that's in this room and appreciative of all the work that everyone does here, because that's the point. That's the collective action. I'm humbled to be here as a speaker, and I know that it's in a community of practice. So Jose González, he, him, his, although I'll respond to anything offered with joy and respect. I greet you all. I currently live in ancestral traditional stolen occupied lands of the Nisenan, Southern Maidu, Miwok, among many others in what is Northern California, near Sacramento. And then as I say hi throughout the day, my greeting consent language is flexible. That means if you just need a head nod, a fist bump, a hug, a handshake, I'm adaptable and flexible in that way. So just let me know. And I'm excited because I want to start actually with two questions. So the first one is, speaking of play, when's the last recall when's the last time you felt like you really played? And by last time, like, oh, last week, 10 years ago when I was a kid. Just wondering if in here there's like 2 or 3 people that wouldn't mind sharing that.
I played a little bit. I volunteered for the festivals, and weeks prior to that, I got to paper mache studio.
Sweet. So a few weeks ago? Perfect. Perfect. I saw another hand back there.
I have a toddler at home and he loves to be the mail carrier.
Oh.
And so we go around our neighborhood and deliver mail to everybody. So we did that a lot yesterday, even in the rain.
I love that.
Fun.
Well, I mean, it's part of the job, right? Even in the rain. Is there one more? Okay, back there. And I think I saw 2 hands, so that's no.
There we go. Hello. I played at work with a kid who was interested in origami stars, like the little lucky stars. And he realized he was not as interested in that like 10 seconds in. And so he invented a whole imaginary world where all the little stars had different personalities and professions and ways of being. And he called it Paper World. So the other day he came back and he was like, when are we going to play Paper World again?
Yeah. And I think there was one more right in front, right?
I played with my daughter and a couple of my students at my forest school the other day. We were under a big tree that was hollowed out, and while the rest of the students were building a bridge across a pond, we did a small world play, and we were building fences with sticks and a playground, and they had their little people that they brought to school, and we were making them do things in this small world that we built under a tree.
That's beautiful. Thank you.
I actually have one.
Okay.
I played with some university students a couple of weeks ago, I guess, and we made troll houses.
Beautiful.
Oh, I have 2 mics. No, I played during the eclipse with other adults. It was very exciting. We were like, "Ooh, this is so cool!" But it was so amazing just to see the whole
Yeah.
thing. So,
Thank you. Yeah, I was listening to interviews of people during the eclipse, and I could hear some of them struggle to kind of describe how they were feeling because I think of the awe. They started to realize, oh, I'm in it. And I was like, that's interesting to hear some of the individuals like, I'm trembling, but not like I'm scared. It was just like, I haven't been here before. And that they could state how different it was thinking about it's like, oh, okay, it's going to be an eclipse. Like conceptually, I get it. But then being embodied within it was a whole different thing. So I want to start there because the other question, not a response right now, is just more to track it throughout the presentation and then bring it up at the end. Sometimes this is more rare, I guess, to have so many people say, oh, it's just last week. I just did it a couple weeks ago. I just did it this morning. Because I think, referring to Dr. Jones' presentations, a lot of times adults have been so disconnected from that. And not just disconnected, but also I think we begin to build different definitions of that. So I want to connect that a little bit to kind of my topic about healing severed connections, because it's one of the many connections that I think we've been severed from and have to figure out what that healing approach looks like. And what I'm going to talk to today is, at least how I'm thinking about it, very complementary in terms of Dr. Jones' presentations to really think about, all right, sometimes the work starts with us as the adults. And really then I have to rethink, interrogate, look at the way that I have now built my view of the world. And I've often asked, how is that still serving us? What have we inherited that's no longer serving us in that way? And then for me, how I then consider that as an approach to working with kids and of all age ranges, which is, I mean, when you're in it and you understand the excitement, the passion, and the joy of it, while also knowing it's a challenge. And that's why as adults, you're like how do I engage with you as a 3-year-old? I don't know. And that's when you think of that as an invitation rather than like something to get away from, it's a little mind shift. Also say that knowing for me, my experience has been in education across the whole range. My elementary school experience was in outdoor education and outdoor science. I specifically started with migrant students during the summers. And that's was some of my early introduction as an outdoor instructor in college. And I vividly remember these little moments, seeing a kid jumping like across a rock. I'm like, what is this kid doing? And they had this wild explanation like paper world. I'm like, that makes sense. But as long as you seem to be enjoying with it, and I joined for a little bit, and I'm like, keep at it. It was just being tuned into both that sense of wonder, while also for me, those first early years, so to speak, was what does that look like in connection to like that adult scaffolding? Because I really had that sense of don't want to be oppressively prescriptive, but then also knowing I have a responsibility as an adult, right? I can't be like, well, you burned your hand in the stove. That's a learning moment. I'm like, that's an irresponsible adult moment. But at the same time, I don't want to transfer that and say, if you go out in nature, don't touch anything. It's all dangerous, right? And so those are the types of extremes. So I just want to couch I'll return to that to the end, but also a lot of what I'm speaking right now, it starts kind of like at the community as a whole, but you'll see. I am looking forward to it connecting. So I start with my Michael Pollinish attempt in terms of like what is one expression that then leads me into deeper. And Michael Pollan was like, eat food, not so much, mostly plants or mostly vegetables. For me, it's be with nature as nature in radical and revolutionary balance. Be with nature is all of the, all of the work, the practice, the research that says just get out there, like be in it. Here's how it's good in all of these different ways. As nature interrogates a little bit more about like the starting philosophy of how we, quote unquote, as humans have seen ourselves apart from nature rather than a part of nature. And what all that says about then how it guides our actions in that relationship. And in that radical and revolutionary balance. So I'm starting with those words of radical and revolution as an invitation to do some of that shift. So I'm gonna ask just real quickly, you can raise your hand and shout it out kind of thing. When you hear the word radical, what comes to mind? Was that change? What was that? Freedom? Disruptive? Root? Yeah. New? Exciting? Excellent. What about revolutionary? Whole? Breaking rules? Progress? Okay. Change? So see some overlap in there. So I'm going to come back to this right after this slide. So I mentioned that because for me then, I start with as many big pictures as possible, sometimes just to interrogate where I'm starting from. It doesn't mean I'm going to have all the answers, just to be clear. And I think that's kind of part of inquiry base where it's like, oh, I don't know. When I was a teacher, students, I've taught in the classroom. I actually started as the discipline and intervention teacher at a junior high school. That was my role. I can talk more about that in questions if it comes up. And kids quickly picked up. That's one of the responses I would usually have when they ask the question. I would be like, oh, that's a good question. And they're like, you say that to all the questions. Well, I'm like, do you have a bad question? And it makes up like, oh, do I have a bad? And so it's like, that's a good question. I don't know. Let's see if we can figure it out. Which was true for all of those moments. I have no idea. That is a good question. And I don't know if we'll get an answer, but let's try. Very different. It's like, oh, here's the answer. Like, this is what I need you to remember. And I try to tell them sometimes there might be some correct answers, but sometimes I don't know if it's the right one. And then sometimes I have no idea. But I say that because then that's how I often start by interrogating a lot of what I do, not just for the sake of interrogating, but really to be like the practice, the discipline, it takes work and habit building and all of this. And so often, this is one of the ways when I talk about if we're undertaking systemic change, this is from the FSG, the Water Systems Change. It helps me then to be part of the use of models. It helps me to say, okay, I think this fits here, or I'm doing a lot here and realizing maybe I'm not doing as much here. How could that be helpful? The structural explicit elements are things that they're explicit because you can point to it, they're there or they're not, like a policy. You can either go to the handbook, so to speak, and it's there. We either have the law for it or we don't. You say it matters to us and say, show me in the budget where it is. that says it matters that much, right? Relational or semi-explicit, because there are things we also know that they are there and exist, but you can't quite point to them in the same way. So things like power dynamics, we often say, oh, there's power dynamics in the room. Okay, like, well, show me, what does that look like? It could be a little more clear, like a title, like, yeah, okay, got it, you're in charge of the whole thing. Could be less clear, like structural privilege. It's like, oh, based on gender dynamics, not surprised that you're going to be listened to more. But also something like trust. We might say like the work moves at the speed of trust. But then I was like, great, well, show me where's the little trust bars above all of your heads so that I know it's like, okay, yours is high, yours is low. But you know, it matters, right? It comes into play, I guess, pun intended. And being able to know then to say, well, how does it show up? How do we build it? How is it lost and so forth? And the most implicit are the mental models. Those are the little mind shifts. What do we hold that really shapes how we view the world? Because that still plays a role in terms of how willing we are to engage in some structural change, how quickly we're going to move based on our relational dynamics and so forth. So I'll speak a little bit more in terms of the relational and transformative, making sure that, you know, I'm not forgetting about the structural pieces but you'll still see those comes up. Speaking of a type of kind of relational and mental model element, when I started doing a lot of nonprofit work kind of in the outdoors, really, for example, with like the founding of Latino Outdoors was a way to be able to get a lot of community and family who saw themselves disconnected from some of these experiences say, yeah, no, you're a part of this too. This is from the 2017 Nature of American Studies. And they asked a couple of questions. What is your interest in the following activities? And so when they asked, what is your interest in hiking? One of the takeaways from this question was, well, interest is hiking lowest among Black adults because there it is at 19%. So for some, it fits that mental picture. It's like, yeah, of course, makes sense. Because either on one side, it's not for us. On the other side, yeah, they're not interested. And yet, when you ask the question, what about what's your interest in walking outdoors? They all shoot up. Yeah. And so I often ask, okay, so what's the difference between hiking and walking outdoors, right? In terms of what you're probably asking your body to do, it's the same. But that picture, right, can all of a sudden fit, bring in different things that says yes for me, not for me. And so often then we'll look at to be able to say, in a discipline, in a body of practice, or in even an engagement relationship, what may I just presume is understood in a positive way, and then if you don't get it, then clearly you're not interested, as opposed to what am I really asking, and what's the invitation, and what allows me to listen for how it may be different. So that way, if it's an actual personal preference, totally okay. I was like, you can be of any background and not like camping. But I want to make sure that it's really held as a personal choice and not that is a structural element showing up in that way. Speaking of structural elements, part of a lot of the work that we've done around nature-based work or conservation or environmental, sometimes I will hear the response, well, that's not really in our quote unquote wheelhouse. One time we said that and someone's like, I have no idea what a wheelhouse is. And so meaning that, oh, we focus on this, right? This is our lane of work. For me, the invitation is when somebody says, well, we're not centered on social justice advocacy work, right? We're here for ecological restoration. I'm like, well, this is where all the connections come into play. This is from that 2020 science, the ecological and evolutionary consequences of systemic racism in urban environments. Nice academic title to basically say redlining, what we inherited from redlining affects the very, affects the nature that a community, that kids get access to in their neighborhoods. And no surprise, if you're not familiar with redlining, please ask the question. But with redlining, it's really one of our most research-based examples and case studies that we have, because the maps are there. They weren't purely, in the mindsets or mental models of discriminatory loan officers. put it on paper and then literally said, this is the quote unquote good neighborhood, this is the bad neighborhood. And what we have noticed is that these maps, even though they were grounded in housing, they keep showing up in so many other different ways. The correlation to urban heating, to visits to the emergency room, like it just shows up in all these different ways. And you can overlay the onset of COVID, the pandemic mapped with these and see the same. And so for me, that's an example when we say, here's the structural element that we've inherited that unless we disrupt these maps, can't be surprised they're going to keep showing up in different ways. And part of what this study showed was here is how those maps themselves affect the ecological diversity, right? The very nature. And so that's when we sometimes get that question. It's like, well, we want to increase the biodiversity, right? Part of that means challenging the structural inequalities that we've inherited that affect that very biodiversity. So hence back to my quote and said, that's why when I tell people, like, it's all connected in that way. And for me, it's that leaning into how does the work of quote unquote social justice is a core element of ecological work and vice versa. So radical, I think I heard someone say root, and kind of like the root of the word radical is root, right? And so for me, that is that starting invitation that rather than thinking of radical as this external agitator being disruptive, it usually has some type of connotation or association as like negative. I look at it now, how am I rooted here then? The root is like centered right in here. So how am I starting where I am and being really grounded there to kind of then root out from that? And even if I have any ecologists, or not even ecologists, botanists, whichever it is, plants, what is the name of that first root that comes out of the seed? The radical, right? With an E. There's so much power in and I think it's Hope from Lab Girl has a really great quote about seeing is like the boldness of that first root. It's like it's got to assess the conditions and like go for it. And so I think it's like that is a radical, that is the type of radical activity that I want to be involved in. Similar to revolutionary is revolutions, which is cycles. And so for me, that's an invitation to not see revolutionary as this like outside bad agitating in, but how am I complicit in regenerative cycles? Because it's when we're disruptive with regenerative cycles that we tend to find ourselves in our environmental ecological messes. And something like climate change is a messing up of the carbon cycle, one of our biggest cycles. And so then looking at it, my complicity in regenerative cycles as opposed to my complicity in destructive cycles or oppressive cycles, that's as well as non-complicity in any of them, is being able to look at to be able to say, God, where am I as part of this invitation? And then that can, for some people, then actually be much more open to getting it, to hearing, I will put that, and listening and taking in other ways of knowing, other ways of being, other ways of understanding the world that have that invitation. So for example, many Native Indigenous worldviews and cosmologies ask you to start there. It's like, you're part of this cycle in this. And as soon as you take yourself out, that's when we're in trouble. This is from the National Science Foundation project, The Cosmic Serpent, where they were looking at, what if we were to take these indigenous worldviews in these Western Eurocentric worldview, kind of like Western science, and really look at the way that they could complement each other. Like, what is the strength and value of that? As opposed to us seeing them in conflict, not being able to work well together. And for me, that was like really exciting because, it's there. And one of the neat things, if you have never seen this report, you should be able to find it online. They have an invitation to say, if you're used to this Western Eurocentric worldview of a publication, here's how you follow it. Page, right? Go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Said, and if you want to try reading this report with this Diné, this Navajo worldview that's circular, try reading the report in this sequence. And it was kind of a really cool visualization of a way to say, try it out. This is Charles Thomas. He's currently the executive director of Outward Bound Adventures out in California. And he has this graph based on the work of Edward Nichols, which is around culture, elements of culture. And he puts this up there because for him, it's a starting point to be able to look at to say, where's that interrogation? So axiology and epistemology, right? There's those fancy words to basically say, how do we learn about something? Why do we value it? And so forth. And I always stress to people, it's a starting point because you see the boxes and you think the boxes contain. I'm like, no, look at it as the boxes, maybe a starting point that you can be like, okay, that's interesting. That makes sense. Oh, yep, that tracks. In that Eurocentric type of worldview that's dominant in terms of kind of how we learn about the world and value it, he has that as human object cognitive, by which I mean we go out and look at that tree and I say, tell me about the tree. Here's its classification. Here's the data that we gather from it. Here's how we count and measure it. And even breast height, right? It's about that element of saying, how do I know about this? That is the thing, that is the object, I am the human. I'm not saying everybody here is like, oh, shoot, like that's how I've been doing it. It's like, no, it's listening to realize that the way that we've been valuing information about it is that that's what I want to show up on the report. And we know through counting a measure of it. Whereas you look at something like quote unquote indigenous to America, what does that look like when now it's a human multiverse? So now you are part of that relationship. You shift from natural resource, like that's a thing, that's a resource, to natural relative. It comes with different responsibilities. It can still have utility. It's not saying you can't use the tree, but now because this is kin, it comes with a different responsibility for that relationship, right? And it doesn't make it as easy to objectify and therefore justify, right? The way that then we can say, yeah, no, it's cool to cut it all down. The values, the utilities in the wood. And effective, active, one knows through activity, symbolic imagery, and rhythm, which has a lot of power because some we through a Disney movie or something, no offense to Disney, we might have said, oh, here's the rain dance, thinking as it's just a dance in the way that we might be familiar without thinking, no, this is actually a direct communication with nature. It has a lot of value and power in that way. So these are starting points for when it's all connected, right? This is from Dr. Rupa Maria. She presented this at the 2018 Pioneers Conference. I realized I don't have like my memes that I had with the students yesterday. There's one where it's like and trying to pin it all down. It's like, look, it's just like this. But it's another way to be able to say, okay, we have all these isms, isms being the ideologies of oppression like sexism, racism, and so forth, and the way that they show up. And for her, it was, as a physician, as a doctor, if I have physical trauma, like you fell and you cut yourself open, I'm trained on how to treat that. I know how to stitch that. I know how to like move you through that emergency room. But what if you show up with generational and historical trauma? It could have physical manifestations, sure, but also I don't know what the mending for that is, or I have to be ready to at least be aware. And I think that's where this started for, like, let me get an awareness of how this actually shows up and affects it. And here a driving element being colonization. And in the US, that's a historical reality in terms of settler colonialism. And then the writer Michelle Holliday was looking at this too, and where I connect with and relate to saying, yes, colonization, but even more than that, what is kind of the logic that drives that? So she has the mechanistic reductionist worldview. And so for me, it is that mechanistic reductionist logic or that sense of othering. What is the justification for this type of othering? So the simple language is othering and belonging. And so this is that othering. And I'll get to show some examples of that. Because when we flip it, or rather, this is what we've been fighting against, right? This is like, yep, there it is. And fight against. But then when we flip it to the life logic, a life or honoring worldview, is that what are we fighting for? Right? And that's why I tell people, it doesn't mean stop fighting against. It doesn't mean that fighting against is bad. It's more, I often want to see where are we all together on these elements, because also if all you do is fight against, it can be very draining, unhealthy. It's how you hurt yourself. A lot of the what came out of Black Lives Matters movement was finding out a lot of these organizers just, made themselves sick, hurt themselves by, because I tell people it's like you are taking in the sickness. And if you don't have active ways to do restorative elements for it, it's gonna affect us. It is that way of like the physical manifestation of it. But when we do the life honoring, I often say if you're involved in any nature-based conservation environmental work, I'm like, this is it. These are the terms. Nature's abundance, stewardship, regenerative development. This is for me that invitation to be like complicit in regenerative cycles. Right? And so this is one of those mind shifts, the mental models. It's the transformative elements. It doesn't mean like, oh, reductive machine logic is all terrible and bad and we shouldn't use it. I'm like, no, we drove a car to get here. There still can be a lot of value in gathering data in that way to be able to say, got it, these are some of those quantitative measurements of how we look at this forest, and it is helpful. The question and issue and problem is when that becomes the default and dominant and only way of valuing something, especially to the exclusion of other ways that can be complementary, amplificatory, and like really be able to say that can get us to where we want to go, rather than just simply repeating in different ways the ways that we have harmed ourselves in the land. So that's that shift to a living systems logic. And sometimes for people say, well, that's how my organization is structured. Could work. Sometimes it often can be very efficient and successful in some ways. And they're like, how am I supposed to organize an organization around this? I think it's possible. And what makes exciting is seeing how some organizations are working to be able to say that. Let me look at what our roles and responsibilities in relationship are. And sometimes even being able to say, it's not about the hierarchy. It's about whether it's an oppressive hierarchy or a growth-oriented hierarchy. And be able to say, let me look at what nature's telling me about a growth-oriented hierarchy. Part of this shift as well is that for me, it connects to a lot of ways of thinking and valuing, our quote unquote workspace, our professional lives. This is off of the work of network weaving or network leadership, network impact. If you're not familiar with that, is being able to look like when we operate as a network, what is the value of that and what our practices oriented around that? So one example of in networks is called the boundary spanner. The boundary spanner is if you look at a network, you say, who's on the edges? Who's on the edges of, who's kind of our network? And rather than saying, well, the edges are not as valuable as the core, those are actually really powerful because they connect to other networks. So kind of like environmental education, and you're like, well, are you in the environmental piece or are you on the education piece? Like, I have power in both. Right? And to me, it's an example of one of those elements. So you might be able to say, yeah, I'm involved in nature-based work, but here's how also me being involved in anti-abolition work around specifically prison reform or the like, that's good. It isn't seen as if like an either or. And here are 4 network leadership principles. If you're not familiar with them, you can go to Network Weaver. It's based off the work of many scholars, but one of them is Dr. Jane Skiller. This was actually, they were and they are, but they were my guiding principles for the development of something like Latino Outdoors. How can we create an organization but really operates as this big community rather than just focus on let's build an organization? And these principles are mission, not organization, or mission over organization, trust over control, humility over brand, and build constellations, not stars. So an example of that, it doesn't mean you have to be, dismiss or disregard the organization, but rather where you're really looking at is what is the mission? What connects us as the mission? The work that Dr. Jane Skillern found was she looked at a variety of small, under-resourced nonprofits and be able to say, what are the ways in which the work is really succeeding and everyone seems to be doing well compared to where is everybody struggling? And she then looked at what is helping make that happen. And that's where these principles came out of. And from then has been an application to, especially for me, also looking how do those show up in the way we build relationships with each other as well. And she loves to be able to say, as she goes through these, she's like, they're common sense. Because you'll be like, yeah, that makes sense. I wanna be in a trust-based relationship, not in a control-based relationship with myself, with my funder, right, with my peer organization. She says they're common sense, but not commonplace. And so that's the invitation that looks at they're not commonplace because then the cultural elements will still reinforce the opposite. And then that's where you want to be able to look at, say, I believe in trust, not control, but then I realize that I'm in this relationship with the funder and they're like, we want our name on everything and we need to approve this, 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 and this. And if we say, okay, sounds good, then what we've done, right, is being able to say we're still want to reinforce the control-based relationship. So this is part of those shifts, focusing from growth to mission, control to trust, from yourself on others, from garnering resources to sharing resources, from focusing on the particular to focusing on the whole. So an example that early on when I used to model this in outdoor education, when I was like the head of the team, so I was essentially the principal, and I was responsible for all these college students as our outdoor instructors. And I said, all right, so think of this shift from yourself to others. I want you all to be awesome, do well, stand out. I said, but if you are focusing on yourself if I'm focusing on myself look good and you're focusing on yourself look good, there's going to be moments where that may come into conflict, even if it's unintentional. But I said, but if I'm focusing on making you look good and you're focusing on making me look good, that's the way that we can both look good. And the relationship is different. And I often say, just try it out. Look at the ways in which we lift and elevate in that way. And then work through that, of course, because it can still be challenging. Knowing that we're going to go out into the world, into spaces where you're still going to have the reinforcement of like you as an individual need to stand out to the exclusion of others. And that's how you'll be rewarded. We used to joke that you could look at movies about teachers and say, how many movies are there where that one single teacher did it and overcame all the obstacles and should be celebrated? Whereas were the movies about the group of teachers that came together and as a whole community made that change. And so that's because the narrative, the commercial narrative really wants to focus on the individual. How does this connect to kind of our outdoor-based work? This is an example of the ecotone. Anyone familiar with what is an ecotone? Just checking. See you in the back, yes. Sir, that we've never met before. Yes. Please keep going and add in edge effect. Yeah.
Where both spaces overlap and as a result have a unique set of relationships that otherwise couldn't exist.
Yeah. So the neat thing is as ecotones, and I don't know how many there are here, so you rely on the staff. You might be able to walk out there and see if there's any ecotone spaces. But you look at two habitats or even two ecosystems where, the grassland or a meadow meets the forest. One of my favorites is an estuary where you get the fresh water connecting with the salt water. And that's an ecotone space that with an edge effect can be a space of abundance. It's a space where there's more as well as unique relationships. But that's a boundary. And so for me, it's an invitation to think about what are the ways in which we nurture, and again, being revolutionary by being complicit in regenerative cycles, when I'm guided by ecotone and edge effect in those boundaries, as opposed to our reductive historical human boundaries, which is like cut and clear, you cannot go past this. This is how I will defend it. This is how I will militarize it, for example. And because even the concept of a properly line, right, says it has to be clearly right here, as if the bear is going to go, it's like, nope, yeah, you're right. That's clearly a properly line. I can't, shouldn't wander over it. But that is then, well, I should also say, I tell people it doesn't mean that, you know, you can't have boundaries in different ways and they're not an invitation to harm, but they're different invitations and shifts. The cello is Yo-Yo Ma. You can, you know, type in Yo-Yo Ma edge effect. He loves to talk about the edge effect because for him as a musician, he says, this is why I play with musicians that are very different than I am, because I get to experience all of that. I get to learn. I get to kind of like create what I wouldn't create otherwise if I were just playing with other classical musicians similar to me. And so that to me is then being able to think about sometimes if I'm going to work on this project, if I'm going to have this relationship, if we're going to do this thing, what are the ways in which that control over trust is going to show up in making these types of boundaries, as opposed to trust over control, leaning into the edge effect could show up and create these boundaries. And sometimes you might have questions like, well, what does that mean? What does that look like? I start by asking them. I said, how would we measure that? What do we look for? So this is one of the things that I wrote about that. Between the habitat of you and the habitat of me lies a zone in abundance and creativity. Right? That's kind of those little invitations. Unfortunately, I think this website's no longer there, but I believe you can still find a PDF. This is an example from Network Ecology that kind of uses some of these ecology examples and case studies as invitations around this relationship building. So like foster connections, cultivate collaborations, and they kind of give you the example as well, like what could success look like? So cultivate collaborations. Networks require effective working relationships and information sharing between many individuals and groups. Exchange of resources, sharing of tasks, collective ownership of outcomes is essential. So thinking like the mycelial relationships. And sometimes I talk about mycelial leadership as an orientation around that. So success can look like development of collaborative efforts, shared work, and partnerships. So this leads me into kind of where I am currently as I think of it of ways of wayfinding. Looking at how could some of these, I call it, like, how can the language of ecology for me connect with the language of social justice in ways that are mutually complementary and orient me through that, to that, what we're working for. Right? And I have a couple of examples. The first one is looking at the sinuosity of that river. And what makes a river, the emergence of a river, is looking at that divergence and convergence. That divergence from kind of a center line and that convergence towards that line. And that's how you get that sinuosity. If you channelize the river, make it nice and straight, you've killed what a river is. And that's what we've kind of learned with a lot of rivers, right? We were trying to be efficient by channelizing the flow of water. And what we ended up doing was killed that ecotone. We killed what that provides in terms of that life logic. And so I might ask myself, how can I practice river thinking and river being today? Or in this relationship, or in this project, or in this thing that we're going to do and undertake? Because then I can be much more aware and then reflective and intervene if I need to, if channelizing logic shows up. So that might mean like, okay, we're going to work on this. And then that means that my divergence is for me to look at how am I engaging in difference? How am I really leaning into something that is very different from the way that I am used to? And how am I converging by connecting in commonality? How am I building that community? And if I'm doing this, then I can't be surprised that the outcome is going to be nice and sinuous. So I can't be like, all right, quickly, we need to go from A to B to C in this way. And then I'm trying to channelize that process and that experience. And I tell people it doesn't mean that channelizing is always bad. It's like going to the emergency room. You might need to be quick because you need to treat that. But then I tell people, but you also know that health and wellness isn't all about going to the emergency room. There's more than that. So I'm just trying to be aware of being a little bit more, creating the spaces where we can then do differently in that way. So that's my river thinking and river being. On the other side with fire, so this is out in California and so many parts of the West, we had so many intensive destructive wildfires. It's highly traumatizing, wiped out complete communities off the map. And, you know, this is kind of a photo, 2020, I think it was, which is, and we're like, yeah, it's funny, not funny. Then funny because look at this. Yeah, come on in, join us. But make sure you wear your mask, keep your distance. And by the way, we're burning. And I tell people, and yet not funny because this is us. We own this. We created this. We might say, oh, well, this is a natural occurrence, but it's our past practices compounded by climate change catching up to us. And we can't firefight our way out of it. We need to respond in that way as best we can right now, but that's not the healthy process. And so I look at the way in which we have been learning, unlearning, relearning, reconnecting, healing the severed connection with what is a relationship with fire as a start, because what we are, you know, as fire practitioners, the whole thing is that what is the role of prescribed burning or even prescribed and cultural burning? And that has meant looking at, well, what has been our approach for the past 100 years, which was suppressive practices. You see any type of fire, put it out. Why are we putting it out? Because it's going to burn the forest. Why is that bad? Because we need that wood. As I tell people, our practice wasn't to create national forests to protect ecological landscapes. The genesis of natural forests is about protecting the utility of the wood. We need to manage these forests for their value as a natural resource as wood. Right? And we created a whole infrastructure around that, which was an agency, yes, but also towers, right, where you would have people look, hot shots, which are like send people in to put that fire out. So that's what I mean about creating the structural elements of suppression in that way. And you would also have examples of, you might have Native women out there trying to get some fire going because that was part of their practice, and getting them arrested and making sure that they were punished. Not just the individuals, but the communities as a whole. And that was connected to the whole process of Native genocide and extermination in this country. But that's the quote unquote, the ecological element. We get to the point where it's like, you know what? Some of these are fire adapted ecosystems. They kind of need fire. They need low intensity burns as part of creating that healthy succession. We know that fire actually is part of the life force, not purely we see it as destruction. So we need to move away from this binary kind of myopic view of fire, good and bad, and pay attention to what is the spectrum, the fluidity of the role of fire. You can have very destructive fire, yes, but then what does it also look like to have creative fire, to have sacred cultural fire, to have all these different elements that we can now listen to Native communities with traditional ecological knowledge, as one example, and be able to say, that's how it plays a role. And that the way that some Native communities actually put fire to the land, it wasn't as they were outside actors, they were part of nature, right? Engaging in that element of nature. And you can still have intensive destructive wildfires because a lightning storm hits at the right moment at the right time. So it isn't about romanticizing one way or the other, but it's coming back to that idea of saying, some of this landscape needs to burn. And that can be a really jarring kind of like introduction to a mindset that has seen any type of fire as bad. And so as kind of we're in that process of asking, you know, what prescribed burn may be helpful for this ecological landscape, I can then ask, well, what prescribed burn may be needed for this relational space, for this social, cultural, social, emotional space? And someone might be like, what? What do you mean? Well, there's ways in which we've been fire adverse as well. And so it leads me down at least the questions and conversation to say, well, let's look at it. What does fire look like? How are we engaging with tension, with conflict resolution, conflict evolution, navigation, and so forth? If we completely ignore it, then all we're doing is creating the conditions for where then any small tinder will show up and boom. And then we ask, where did that come from? Like, why? What is this unrest? I'm like, those are our past practices catching up to us. And also, this is also another hard part, is we can't just throw a match and say, let it all burn, good luck. Because that's how we also may create the intensive type of wildfire that isn't helpful. So it means, how can we be a responsible fire tender? Because that's part of prescribed burning, which is you need to know what you're doing. And so it's this part for me, that's how I'm being, that's my invitation for myself. How am I being radical and revolutionary? By being complicit in these processes for healthy secession, because that's what I'm looking for. And it also means leaning into the growth-oriented discomfort that is low-intensity burning. Right? There we go. Getting there. I'm looking at the time. And I'm going to go through these real quickly because it was like, yeah, what is low-intensity burning? So here's an example. Here's just one example. Taking kind of the cycles of grief, the Cole's cycles of grief, and saying what could that look like as I'm navigating to oppression as well as I'm confronting privilege or healing from that oppression. So you're all familiar with like the cycles: rage, anger, bargaining, validation, guilt, shame, depression, compassion, acceptance. I tell people the goal isn't to say I'm going to cycle through these to get there. I might start all over the place, but and it doesn't mean I need to devalue being angry. But I want to be able to say what guides me still to look at what is compassionate, accepted. What could it look like? How is it that, yeah, I'm not a bad person and I benefit from unjust systems if I have structural privilege? Because it's only, you know, so still need to do something. And as I'm kind of healing through it, how do I take responsibility for what are actually my actions and also not let the structural element off the hook, right? Because a lot of times it's what happens. I'm gonna be doing way too much doom scrolling, right? Yep, world's messed up. Yep, world's messed up. And then I'm tired and I just don't want to be in it anymore. Too much emotional labor, or I'm exhausted from learning. So those are some of the ways that for me it can show up. And I can start with questions like this as well for myself, especially if I'm leaning in and out of structural privilege. Why does this unsettle me? What does this mean for me if it's true? And then kind of put in the thing that I'm working with. How is it possible there are dynamics I don't see? For example, I could say, is it possible there are gender dynamics that I don't see because of my positionality as a hetero cisgender male, for example? And then that way for me, it's an invitation. Doesn't mean it's like, well, I guess it's just not for me to see. It's like, well, now that's the invitation to be an active ally. So I'm going to get to the closing around this real quickly because sometimes I get asked, well, what does that look like to actually do the work? And so I look at how do I develop a culture and habits of care? Because that one comes up a lot from students. Sometimes everything I know about oppression feels like too much. There's a lot. I'm like, yeah, it is. And of course, always classic quote from Audre Lorde: caring for myself is not self-indulgence, it is self-preservation, and that is an act of political warfare. So this is just kind of, for me, I look at ways in which engaging in this work can have these physical manifestation and sometimes as types of stress even. And so the ABCs are, A is awareness. It's like, what is all the work that goes into just knowing, being able to say, I'm putting names to it. I'm like really looking at how to identify it. What do I do? And sometimes it is, creating, leaning into sentence frames to be able to say, hey, it's really good to see you. And I'm so grateful that you trust me with the story, but I'm kind of capacity right now for talking about classism, racism, ableism, and the patriarchy right now. Would you mind if we switch topics? Or it's like, can we loop that back tomorrow? Right? And it's a way to just recognize, again, that boundary, but also now being like, I can't, just leave me alone. Or be like, I think I'm going to be ready for you Friday. Right? I don't know how many of your conversations go that way, but it's like, but these are ways, identify triggers, limits, and capacities, grounding, check-ins, all of these things, again, common sense, but they may not be commonplace for a reason. B is the balance. So what do boundaries look like for you? The classic trolls aren't worth your time. They look for reactions. You know that if you go online and you're going to go into that comment section and you put in something, I tell people, it's like, you either give a cat class or don't be surprised that if you give them anywhere to put that claw, they will find it. Satisficity, something that I picked up from the Kaplans here at University of Michigan. You're say, it's good enough. Be satisfied with it. What's asking you to like be over there when this is good enough? Right? And so this is just an example of physical manifestation. All of this can result in high glucocorticoid levels that cause impaired digestion, lack of growth, cell, hair, bone, nervousness, and susceptibility to infections. Other potential side effects include fear, aggression, tunnel vision, and desensitization. So if you're experiencing this, may be a cue to be like, let me reel back. Connection, some of these are elements. Find your community, curate your social media, but not in the same way as siloing. Ask for help. You're not alone. Visioning and then align actions to that. Some of this, like I said, is research-based to be able to say, not the Pollyannish, I wish it was like this, but rather this is what it can be, and here's the discipline to get there. Sapolsky, who's a primate researcher, has researched like stress in primates, for example. He says, we are capable of social supports that no other primate can even dream of. We can actually feel comfort from the discovery that somebody on the other side of the planet is going through the same experience we are and feel, I'm not alone. We can even take comfort reading about a fictional character, and there's no primate out there that can feel better in life just by listening to Beethoven or Beyonce. So the range of supports that we're capable of is extraordinary if we apply them, if we use them. Right? So frameworks are examples of this. The Kaplan's work, attention restoration theory, and how that's helpful, because it's how do we engage in environments that bring out the best of us rather than the worst of us. One of the best environments right out there. Engaging with nature, one of the best restorative environments you can be in. Because as humans, we're really good about creating environments that bring out the worst of us. Really, really good. We design whole systems of education, buildings, like you name it. And learning the process of how we build environments that bring out the best in us is for me part of the work. One of those is the reasonable person model right here out of Michigan. If you're not familiar with this, I would start right there. So helpful in guiding so much of the work for me. And then healing justice, which is another kind of neat one. I won't explain through it all right now, but for me, it gets me to look at these different points of like, how are my body, thoughts, and emotions in relation to all these other elements. Also, if you're familiar with like cognitive behavioral therapy, that's an example of that too, right? To be able to be like, all of these can be there. And then getting to the end here, I highlighted play because that's examples of the things that we can do. Move, meditate, express gratitude and affection to the other. Do a 20-second hugs if that's been missing from your life. Check out the research on 20-second hugs, for example. Schedule it. Look at your calendar and say, what did you put on your calendar that is considered important? And is there something that you're implying should be, you're just presuming should be there, but you didn't actually put it in there, and ask yourself why. Go back in your calendar and see, where did you put play? Not that it has to always be scheduled, but my point being is as a reflection of that. And so in closing, one of the examples here I've said that really lands with people is, think of all the times you might have heard some version of your team is functioning like a well-oiled machine. How many of you have heard or are familiar with that? Quite a few, right? And it's generally meant with good intent, which is good job. You're doing great. Keep it up. You're being efficient and productive. For what? That's another question. But asking then, what if someone came to you or supervisor say, your team is functioning like a well-nurtured meadow or like a thriving meadow? And you're like, well, that sounds weird. Well, why is the other one better than this? Because who's going to go to a meadow and say, you're not meadowing enough today, right? I need you to meadow better tomorrow. Okay? The meadow is very productive, right? It's thriving. It's being efficient. But now I get to ask myself, what does this tell me about the types of leadership that I'm valuing, the relationships, the productivity, the process, the outputs, and so forth, right? And again, it doesn't mean that you can do great as a well machine. And I'm not saying, oh, it's a machine, it's terrible. It's just being able to look at what happens when we shift and try different invitations, especially invitations that are guided by the very work that we do. Right? So with that, I think I'm right on there, and we'll pause for questions, and thank you.
Thanks so much, Jose. I've heard you cover some of these, and you mentioned a cosmology or way of knowing that is circular. And every time I'm listening to some of these similar types of ideas with you, I'm coming to this spot and saying, oh, I'm feeling like this is my space of learning. And I really, really appreciate all of that. And I want to invite you to have questions and answers with Jose. Is there anyone who's ready with a question, or is there one on the chat?
Just wondering if you could touch on that adult scaffolding technique a bit more.
Great question. Well, also I'll defer to other expertise in the room. You know, and even scaffolding as a term, right, from education for me was part of that. And now I look at scaffolding and I say yes, and maybe what is the adult rooting? What is the adult, you know, mulching? What is the adult, like, because I'll look at my elements of like seeding, rooting, blooming, fruiting, and rotting, and kind of saying, where am I in this process? And one of the things that I'm guided by using as model and practice is how do I model and practice compared to tell and punish? Because a lot of sometimes what guides our relationships with, you know, with youth, with kids, is tell and punish. Or a lot of don't. And I try to look at, okay, if for whatever, as an example, if for whatever reason I'm seeing the kid running and they're not supposed to be running, and if I say, hey, don't run, I've communicated something they probably already know, but also something that isn't indicative, like, well, then what is it? I say walk, right? Or maybe able to say, really think about why that's there. And so even with some of my scaffolding that we used to do with in outdoor settings, I was like, how am I creating, for example, the space to say, okay, have fun. It doesn't mean trample on everything, because that is a way that you could harm yourself, but also this landscape. But it also means don't touch anything, because then I'm asking you to treat, you know, nature as some old school type of museum that you're just supposed to watch. And so it meant, as Dr. Jones says, like, have the conversation. I mean, kids are smart. They know. And so the model and practice was be able to provide both the reasoning and get to participate in that too. So I would say for safety, this is going to be the space that we're going to stay in, right? If you go past that line, the consequence of that is going to be this and this. So just provided that clarity. And that way, especially when I was in discipline and intervention, the whole approach for me there was, how can we both be on the same side, facing whatever the thing is, rather than facing each other in conflict orientation? Because once that happens, I said, unfortunately for you, if I lean into that power dynamics, I hold that power. Some teachers use that very punitively. But then other times I'm like, that is just structurally how it's set. I was also cautious because it's so easy to fall into that default mode. It's just, that's what is supported and awarded. And so it was being able to like let's look at what is, not to be all behaviorist, but let's look at what is the action that we really want to try out here. With some kids, it was all about like reading the discipline referral and it says being disrespectful in the classroom. Like, I don't know what this is. And I didn't say, show me how you're being disrespectful, but it would be more like, what did you do? And I just came in the room. Okay, show me coming in the room. And I'm like, what do you mean show me? Yeah, it's there. And then I would see, it's like, oh, got it. I was like, were you frustrated? So having that conversation and then being able to say, let's practice you walking into the room in a way that's not going to kick you out of the classroom, unless that's really, really what you want. But now I need to show you like what that pathway looks like. It takes a lot of emotional labor, but for me, it came, the feedback was being able to have some students that I would see them be quiet and do their work just fine. And I was like, why are you doing it here in this environment, in this jail cell of my room, and you're not doing it over there? And to have them say, well, Mr. G, you respect us. It's like, oh, you should get respect anywhere. And so that's kind of the scaffolding for me. It was like model and practice and just having that clarity with some of my students that were even already gang designated by the city. Like, I'm like, you're a seventh grader. This is not cool. I would tell them, all right, for this lunch hour in this room, we're going to play, actually. Here's the game, the activity we're going to do. And I would tell them, I know once you go outside these doors, you have to go into these other roles. And I might interact with you slightly different. I was like, but I want you to try this in this room and see what it feels like. And to see them laugh, right? To see them like be joyful in that way. So to me, that's some of the scaffolding. So, but it starts model and practice compared to tell and punish. And I tell people, tell and punish will work, but it's very limiting. And it's the long game of that is not going to get us there.
Another question? I have one. So I'm listening to, some of this is theoretical, some of it's very applied. I'm going to just bounce off some of the way I'm feeling about this with you, and then we'll talk about that. So when we are working to build a relationship with outdoors that centers us in relationship to the outdoors, and doing so, then we also have to center other beings also and see their value. And then we do that with all the other humans as well in our interactions and in our valuing. Are there any strategies or practices that you might recommend that educators can promote and utilize to promote and develop their students' sense of that rootedness in the nature, in the outdoors, for making that leap that helps us make that leap to valuing all the other beings?
Yeah. See, and if I misunderstood any part of the question, let me know. Sometimes you might have seen a picture that has like the human at the center with other, animals or towards it. It says this is egocentric, and how do we go from egocentric to ecocentric, where we're on relationship? I don't remember the name of whatever the study that was being referenced, but in outdoor science, one of the comparison was, how do you build this connection to non-human kin in a way that, what's the whole spectrum of empathizing and sympathizing and empathizing and maybe embodying. And part of that exploration was just asking kids, like, imagine this frog or this tree or whatever, what do you think they're feeling? and listening for that in the ways that you could still hear some of the, what's the word, anthropomizing, that we're still looking at from this human lens. And that was helpful just as a starting point to kind of be, okay, this is where they are, but let's just have that conversation. And when they asked that of some Native youth, their orientation was more like, what would it be like to be this tree and feel some of those things? Not how do I think it feels as a human? And so it was like insights into the cosmology, so to speak. And I think that cultural heritage and ancestry is still there in many ways, like the ways that we might look at elders and ask them to like probably process some things. And I think that's for me a lot of the value of that intergenerational component, to see how those conversations happen. And some of our early Latino outdoors outings were like, we got to bring the whole family. And people say, well, is this a youth program? It's yes, by which it means everybody, because the value was it's seeing, the third grader who's learning about science, learning about plants through a science lens, talking to her grandma, and then having the little girl say like, look at this, we just learned about this in class and this is what it is, and having the grandma also say, oh, I remember this thing when I was a kid and we used it for this. So I could still hear some of those elements of, I would say even hiking with my uncle, he would say, this is what we call that. And it's really useful for this, as opposed to this is how you identify that. And here's the characteristics by which you identify it. And so I think those cultural elements is just really to unpack the way we begin those conversations in language. And lastly, I would say is, and Dr. Robin Walt-Kimmerer as well, if you read her book, she talks about the language of animacy. And then I think it's Bell Hooks talks about the language of intimacy. So I look at the way, how do you interrogate and rebuild in a language of intimacy and animacy in relationship with the natural world.
Jose. Yeah. I have a question that rolls off of that unless somebody else has a question.
Knowing that, don't expect questions if you're processing, so just know that.
So you mentioned when you were first setting in motion what became Latino Outdoors, and that it was important to involve family and culture. And Denisha also talked about using family and community resources to bolster positive identity. I'm interested in hearing more about the family's practices within this community of inclusion and of building an identity with nature.
Well, it has all the multifaceted values, right? Because we've often said we do a great job taking all the kids, and especially taking all the Black and brown kids out into nature for their own well and benefit. And there's a whole other thing to unpack there, because it's like, well, it's as long as we're not doing it in a paternalistic saviorism mode, which too often happens. Because they also need to see, well, who is also doing the leading, and is that representative? Who's making the critical decisions about the program management and everything, and is that representative, kind of thing. But with families, would say, what if those kids come back and they are going to be the first generation college student, and they really want to become a park ranger, or they want to bring all these experiences back, and are they supported to have those conversations at home? Meaning by which will the parent be like, oh, that's interesting, or tell me more about that. I was like, well, okay, good for you. I'm glad you're having these experiences. And so having the family be it is, we're also supporting the parents connect to that mental model. For some maybe new. They're like, oh, this is what a botanist does, or restoration ecologist. I thought you just worked outside. And also the other element is I really value bringing out that expertise in whatever way it looks like, especially if it's quote unquote non-traditional academic. So 2 examples. We were out on a birding walk. It was meant to be let's go, and we're on the Pacific Flyway. Let's go identify all these amazing birds that are here. And instead of, again, maybe an older approach would have been, I am here to teach you or to educate you or to give share with you my knowledge. This is how you're going to identify these 5 birds. Start out with a question, with inquiry. Anyone notice anything or look at that? Is that familiar to anyone? And I'm gonna be like, I know that's a turkey vulture, but rather than telling people, look, everybody, it's a turkey vulture, it's just like, is this familiar to anybody? And have, a couple dads raise their hands. And then they gave me 5 different names for it in Spanish that I didn't have. Now we have 6 because I'm going to introduce the English one, but now we have 6 as opposed just to that one. And then hearing their stories about like how they, one dad say like, yeah, my grandpa told me that you look for these, and if you saw a circle of them by a town, you knew like bandits had been caught and they were strung up. And I'm just like, I would have not gotten any of this if all I approached it was, yeah, look at the turkey vulture. And another walk had a dad that identified quite a few plants. And I said, naturalist. Like, how do you know all these? He's like, I'm a landscaper. And I said, perfect. You're doing exactly what a park professional here would do. So that's a lot of the value, because then we're connecting a lot of, especially value for some families, which is what is the family experience? We're just connecting additional experience for which that can be a normative experience as well. And it helps with what I said yesterday to the students. It can help shift what for some is only outdoor labor into what does outdoor leisure and outdoor love look like. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Jose. I think that's a great place to leave it. Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
It is 2:30, so it would be a great time to move ahead with our fabulous afternoon panel. I want to introduce our panel moderator, Liz Goodenough. Liz is an inspired and innovative educator and a brilliant synthesizer of ideas. I count myself so lucky when I get to sit in on one of her classes, and I have done that on several occasions. Whoops, I was doing a technology gaffe. Liz earned a master's in the art of teaching and a Ph.D. from Harvard University. She has taught at several colleges and universities, including Harvard, Claremont, and here at the University of Michigan, where she's had a long career in the RC, Residential College. Long involved with the Children's Literature Association, she has published scholarly texts and books for the general public. She helped produce the award-winning documentary, Where Do the Children Play?, which some of you might have caught clips of and had a conversation with Liz in the far room. And she is entirely passionate about childhood agency as an important underpinning for healthy, holistic human life. This autumn, her most recent book will be published by Rowman and Littlefield, the title of which is What the Presidents Read, Their Childhood Favorites and Legacies of the White House. Pardon me. Please welcome Liz Goodenough.
Lee, thank you so much. This is an amazing day. I'm really impressed. The keynotes were fantastic. And we just had a breakout group that I learned so much from. So I'm really excited to be here. I have the privilege of introducing the panelists now. And I'm going to start with you, Maggie. Maggie Fritz is an early childhood educator at Apple Blossom Outdoor Preschool at North Campus Child Care Center. And she's an Eastern Michigan graduate, and she holds a degree in early childhood and elementary education and a nature-based teacher certification. So I'm going to quote her now. I'm a lover of the outdoors and nature. This is the sentence I love. Michigan is my place, especially the lakes and rivers. She enjoys travel, music, bird watching, foraging and wildcrafting, homesteading, and taking care of chickens and dogs. She's passionate about child development, and this is where you and I connect. You love to sing and tell stories as a way of connecting with young children. That's so important. So I think I'm going to introduce everybody now, right? All together. Go for it. Yeah. Okay. So, where is Mama Erin? Very excited to meet you this morning. Erin Bevel Johnson Esquire is an unapologetically Black unschooling mama of a 7-year-old and co-founder of Detroit's Urban Forest School, which is a free, outdoor, nature-based, culturally rooted program. It directly serves Detroit children of color and under, addressing the lack of diversity in forest school education worldwide and the lack of affordable forest school options locally. Erin honed her skills as an organizer and an activist at the University of Michigan here, where she served as president of the NAACP and earned a BA in history. She went on to Howard University of Law School, where she graduated as president of her class. She's practiced law in District of Columbia and in Michigan for the past 17 years. I'm the daughter of a lawyer. I'm really impressed with all these legal powerhouses. A student of earth-centered culture and the cosmology of her African ancestors, Mama Erin's most meaningful contributions come from intentional cultivation of the land, her family, her community, and her village. I want to hear more about that. Being a musician, grower, educator, community leader, and mother informs her work leading the Urban Forest School and other community endeavors. She's co-founder of the Detroit Black Farmer Land Fund, current board president of the Detroit Black Community Food Sovereignty Network, and a board member at the Black to the Land Coalition. She's also the Sierra Club of Michigan's newest environmental justice organizer. Christian Boyer is lead teacher at the Oak Room Forest School at Towsley Children's House. He's an early childhood educator who focuses on place-based learning. He holds a Bachelor of Science degrees in both early childhood education and in elementary teaching from Eastern Michigan. And he also holds a State of Michigan teaching certificate with an early childhood education endorsement. So, drum roll, in 2018, he was on the team that piloted the first forest classroom for the University of Michigan's Children's Centers. His classroom takes daily field trips to Nichols Arboretum, where they focus on play and pace-based experiences. And Christian is presented on topics ranging from risk-taking and challenging behaviors to teacher relationships and nature connections. This fall, you're going to build a new outdoor classroom at the university's health system location. Is that correct? Where is that? Off of Glacier? Off of Glacier Way, so stay tuned on that. Tony? Tony Alvarez emigrated from the Philippines. He earned his MSW from U of M and is taught here as a professor at the School of Social Work. As a licensed master social worker, he's focused his practice on experiential, playful, outdoor adventure as therapy. He's co-authored 4 books, and he's writing his 5th. And he's done multiple articles. Actually, I brought one of his facilitation manuals with me today because it was recommended by my goddaughter, who's an equine therapist in Massachusetts. So your reputation goes far and wide. These publications, like his teaching, focus on an adventure and experiential play to social work practice. He received the University of Michigan's Innovation in Teaching Award in recognition of his pedagogy, and I will just tell you that is a very competitive award. I'm really impressed. He's presented nationally and internationally in places like Taiwan, Hong Kong, the Philippines. And since retiring in 2019, he has grown his consulting company as a trainer and consultant in the US and Asia, training others in team building, visioning, and program development. He supervises social work clinicians in their practice and is currently contracted to create adventure classrooms with Monroe County Intermediate School District. So Tony, I know you're an avid traveler and birder as well, and we're going to hear more. Sean Ahlquist. Am I saying that right? Ahlquist? Okay, I haven't met you. Associate Professor of Architecture at University of Michigan and Director of the Lab for Socio-Material Technologies, and a designer of inclusive, sensory responsive environments. At Taubman College of Architecture and Urban Planning, Ahlquist's work addresses architecture's pressing need to generate inclusionary public and educational spaces for underserved populations. This quest is informed by his personal experiences parenting a 14-year-old autistic daughter. With an approach towards enriching agency within novel, sensory responsive environments, we want to hear about this. His research focuses heavily on testing of tangible prototypes across a range of venues, including children's museums, civic plazas, classrooms, and therapy centers. His work has been installed for prestigious events such as the Venice Architecture Biennale in 2021 and the Big Umbrella Festival at Lincoln Center in New York City. Thank you.
Just hit play. Okay. Liz, thank you for that introduction. As you know, I'm here on North Campus at the Children's Center, and we're the Apple Blossom Classroom. A little bit about how we operate. We have 3 core teachers with 10 children, anywhere from 2.5 to 5 years old. Our outdoor classroom is located next to North Campus Children's Center, where we've annexed sort of a priority 3 piece of land, which is wild and overrun with invasive species like buckthorn and poison ivy and burdock and a lot of beautiful things. We've since cultivated some space for gardening, mud kitchen, climbing stumps, a gathering space, and all centered by a majestic mama maple tree. We begin and end our days outdoors, meals and naps included, only entering the building or our indoor classroom for toileting and in case of inclement weather. We explore all over North Campus, including hike out, bike outs, and U of M bus rides. So just give you a little snippet of what we do. I've put together a slideshow that is just photos, and I'm going to tell you a little bit more about our practice, our history of where we began this outdoor classroom, and some things that center our work. So I'll just be chatting, and you're welcome to just watch and take in what you need to take in. So thank you. So there's Mama Maple. She's the center of our space. We engage in unstructured, adventurous play and use provocations set by educators and, of course, Mother Earth. The rhythms in nature are explored through many avenues, including storytelling and literature, music, movement, and games. Observation and inquiry happens all day, every day. We build and use tools, we garden, we explore art and sensory experiences. The Apple Blossoms, which I began teaching at North Campus in 2016, was always a nature-based classroom. We spent a large percentage of the time outdoors. Reopening after a 4-month closure in 2020 was the turning point. My time at home, away from work and away from the children, I did a deep dive and became fueled by research and my reflections around nature connection and free, unstructured outdoor play, child-driven play. As we reopened, I saw an opportunity to propose to current families and my director a completely outdoor program. I hadn't even had my teaching team formed yet. At the time, there was a lot of anxiety around passing the coronavirus. There were new protocols, resulting in less in-person interaction with families and with children. We were making so many changes at the center already, and I saw this as an opportunity to really go for it. I decided to take a risk and do something different at our center, something I had wanted to do for a long time. And in hindsight, the program really supported the adults just as much as the children. Being outside allowed us to connect with families and provide space for social interactions, an outdoor space to talk with teachers and other parents at arrival and reunion at a time when no one was allowed to enter the building. We were passionate about gear and adventurous play and had families and staff that were really supportive of this work. And parents were really relieved to know that their child would be outdoors in the fresh air. It's been quite a journey since 2020, and I'm really grateful to be part of this work and to be part of this symposium with you all. Relationships are at the center of our work. Relationship with ourselves, with each other, and with the land. We have a lot of mottos and chants in the Apple Blossom class, but the favorite of mine is once an apple blossom, always an apple blossom. Our community spreads beyond our current enrollment. We reconnect with alums frequently, and we keep our support thread strong. Family engagement is frequent, with arrival and reunion often including siblings, parents, grandparents, friends, dogs that are visiting and enjoying home base. Monthly family events include potlucks, exploring the botanical gardens, maple sap day, sledding, gear swaps, bike rides, and more. Relationships are most important, and fostering children's social emotional growth and development is a priority in our work. When children feel safe and supported, they can get deep in their play, following their curiosities, collaborating and cooperating with one another, with minimal interruptions from adult caregivers. Things that build our philosophy and our work are the rhythms in day-to-day and monthly rhythms in nature, using song in all parts of our day, particularly during transitions. We're inspired by nature-based education, learning along with the seasons, with natural materials, exploring trees and rocks, water, snow, plants, and animals. We draw on what we know about forest schools, promoting holistic development of children and adults, fostering resilience, creativity and confidence, independence and connection with the outdoors. And we love risky, adventurous play, climbing trees, running fast, using real tools, engaging with water and mud and ice, wrestling, rough and tumble play, hiding and disappearing, and covering ourselves in mud. I'm gonna just let us enjoy these last few photos until my time is up. think that's a perfect spot to stop. Thank you.
Doing good. I don't have a lot of I don't have the slides, but that's my reason. So I mean that's Saluna. That's my 7-year-old. So I want to tell the story of the Urban Forest School. The Urban Forest School is a project of the Black to the Land Coalition. That's what my shirt says. The Black to the Land Coalition is an organization in Detroit of folks like myself who want to make sure and maintain a holistic relationship with nature and the green spaces around us, especially for Black, Brown, Indigenous, and people of color. And was founded in the city of Detroit. The Forest School, I mean, all of the things that were in my bio, I think are awesome things to suggest like why I do this. But the most important thing is nothing informs me about it more, I guess I would say, than being a mother and being a parent. And something I haven't heard about here a lot today is talking about educators also being parents, right? Like we also include parents in the educator, in the educator category. So I was reborn kind of as a homeschooler, right? Denisha did a great job this morning talking about some of the whys, right? Like I certainly chose homeschooling and wanted to choose homeschooling as an African woman, as a Black woman, as an American woman. And it comes in part too from, José talked about cosmology, right? And my ancestors believed that nature is divine, right? Nature is divinity, and that nature has and always will be the best classroom. And so COVID really, even more so, put us in a place where this was more apparent, it was more necessary, and nature became one of the only places that we could gather together safely, right? And so when I started looking for forest schools, I'd heard about forest schools, outdoor education programs, and I had always taken my daughter outside on my own, but I started looking I wanted to be in community with other parents, again, doing things in community. And when I started looking for forest schools in the Metro Detroit area, almost all the forest schools that I found, and I don't want to make anyone feel bad about this. This is widespread in the forest school community, but everything was all white. All the pictures on every website, if you look on Instagram, website, books, look in forest school books, it's all white, and it just is. And again, I'm not saying that to make anybody feel bad, but I think one of the most important things we can do as parents is tell our children the truth. And so this was not something that I felt was representative for my daughter or her peers of what does your relationship with nature look like? I mean, it looks like you, right? But you're not going to see yourself in some of the institutions and the books and the resources that are available. And so Detroit is one of the Blackest cities in America. And I felt like it was unacceptable that my daughter and her peers lacked a culturally rooted, affordable outdoor education option in 2020, right? So I mean, this is, in the midst of George Floyd had just been murdered, right? We're trying to think of how are we going to get past this, and what does this look like, and how does it look different? And so, we developed with myself and my daughter and the Black to the Land Coalition have developed a BIPOC-centered, free, Detroit-centered, grassroots, culturally rooted, supplemental, nature-based education program, right, for children 12 and under and their families. And so I think one of the most important things I want to talk about, we've heard about this a couple of times today, is the culturally rooted piece. And again, José did a great job of kind of teeing some of this up and talking about cosmology. Why is nature-based education important? Why do we want it to be culturally rooted in our respective ancestral practices? And I've seen the terminology pro-earth, right? We've talked about how do we maintain and have a pro-earth framework? And I talked earlier, right, about how earth is divine. I think one of the most important questions for us as nature-based educators is how do we create the environmental justice warriors that we need in the future, right? Like we know kind of where we are already in terms of taking care of the planet and what we want to be able to do as we move forward. What are we leaving for the next generation? And how do we seed our children in having the love for Mother Earth that's going to naturally embrace them in doing that work? And so for me, I looked first, of course, to my collective ancestors. I love Mama Earth because my ancestors did, right? And so did yours. I think that's a collective understanding. We're all descended of people who lived collectively in villages, lived in alignment with nature, and who educated their children without schools or designated educators, right? Who was educating them, their parents, their village, their community, growing their own food. Also, that's something that we're big on in Detroit. These people, our ancestors all lived in community, they lived in nature, and they lived in alignment. And so when we think about changing the planet and making sure that the planet is well taken care of in the future, you know, we hear sometimes the terms re-Africanization in our community, re-indigenization. Again, a lot of these concepts, nature being divine, nature being in the classroom, gathering in community, foraging, observing, phenology, growing plants, growing food, growing seeds, identifying our non-human kin and developing relationships with our non-human kin. These are all ancestral technologies that we must harness if we're going to teach our children how to love the planet. This is essential for not just rooting our children in the earth in a way in which we were not, but it's organizing for our liberation through the minds of our children, okay? So this is an important way that we make sure that they understand that their connection to earth is not just, it's not just a surface thing, right? Like, this is not just your home, this is you. You are a part of the earth, and the earth is a part of you. And so when we started thinking about how we were going to do that, and seeding that process of healing the planet and healing ourselves, we can do that as parents, being educators, right? So seeing ourselves, we were talking about this outside, how I think so many parents don't see themselves as educators because they don't have the answer. They don't know the answer. I should probably say I don't know more to the children than I say anything else, because I don't know. Again, you know, you heard I have a law degree, and I got, you know, I'm an organizer, I'm a musician, I do all these other things. I don't have a science degree. I don't have elementary education degree, but I'm a homeschooler, right? I'm a homeschooler, and I'm a special kind of homeschooler because I'm an unschooler, right? Also, unschooling talks about that child-centered play, right? Child-centered learning. How does your child show up in their own education, and how can you harness that? How can you be that guide? Again, so it's not always about you being a teacher as a parent. Sometimes it's about you being a guide. And you know, the person, what has helped me more than anything with that is Mother Earth, right? Mother Earth will give you everything that you need to teach your children what they need to know. Again, so many of the things, when we look at the planet and the way that we've treated the planet throughout our lifetime, and now the kinds of processes and ideals that we're trying to utilize to bring ourselves back from the brink, I don't say the brink of extinction, that sounds so bad, but I mean, you know, from some of the terrible kind of climate consequences that we're experiencing, it really is, a lot of it is re-indigenization, right? It's going back. In the African tradition, we have an Adinkra symbol, it's Sankofa, right? It's like, it's the bird, and the bird is looking this way, the bird is standing this way, but looking back, right? So it's like we have to take the things that we know that are inside of us from the past that we've covered up and said these things are not valuable, these perspectives are not meaningful, and we have to grab those things and we have to bring them with us. That's what Sankofa means. And so some of these other ideals that we center in the Urban Forest School, again, because it's re-Africanization, it's re-indigenization, it's reaching back to get those things that we really need to bring into the future. Placemaking, right? Making sure we're Detroit-centered because we want our children to understand these green spaces as their own, right? If you have a relationship with Mother Maple Tree in Rouge Park, or you've been to D-Town Farm in Rouge Park is our home park, you feel a connection to that place, and that place is now your own. It becomes your own through that placemaking. And so as you become older, as we're thinking about the children who are aging out and wanting to become land stewards, wanting to become park stewards, we want them to have that framework of thinking this is a space where you grew up and you have a duty and a responsibility to take care of this place because it's yours. Free, again, so there were a lot of forest schools in the area that were not free. We work very, very hard to make sure that our offerings are always free, they're family-centered, our parents are on sites, so that's also very important. We were talking about how I might not know that your kid can climb that tree, right? But you do, because you've seen them doing that, and not only that, when your kid is climbing that tree, they don't want to look at me for encouragement, they want to look at you. They want to see you there with them being supportive because you know how engaged they are with nature and you know what they do in the backyard at home. But I don't always know that. And so we make sure, and again, also for licensing purposes, right, lawyer hat. But so we also make sure, again, for safety reasons too, that parents are on site. And I want to say we've never had any injuries or anything like that because everyone's parents are already there. And really, it's kind of a backdoor way to also say this isn't just about your child learning to love nature. This is about you. This is about you learning to love nature. Grassroots, right? So we have no physical office. We're a completely outdoor and mobile program. We work exclusively and directly with community organizations so that we can do the things that we want to do and take our children to the places we want to take them throughout Rouge Park, throughout Detroit, Belle Isle, Eliza Howell Park, all these wonderful green spaces that we have access to. We make sure that we work with our partners to provide those kinds of opportunities. And the Den, I want to shout out Detroit Outdoors and the Detroit Exploration and Nature Center where we do our full moon hikes. Again, I said we're a supplemental program. Why? Again, I'm a homeschooler, but many of our and other low-income families are send their children to school. We understand that. There's no problem with that. And so we have programs both during the weekday and the weekend to make sure that we can serve everybody and serve everyone's children the way that they need to be served. Last thing I'll say, I think, because I'm almost done, is a phenological calendar. And you talked about this too, right? So basing our calendar specifically on what is nature showing us, right? So we started last year doing these full moon hikes, right? Because we were like, well, the full moon is this really exciting thing. How do we help the children get more acclimated to being in the dark? How do we get them to understand that this isn't necessarily a scary thing, but again, it's something that we can navigate together. And so at the Detroit Exploration and Nature Center in Palmer Park every month, whenever the full moon is, so again, it could be on a Tuesday, it could be on a Saturday, whenever it is, we're out there, we're listening for the owls, we're trying to figure out, sometimes we'll walk all the way around, we'll get to the police horses, there's a police station next to the Den, and we'll see the police horses, and they'll be kind of back there doing their thing. But, making sure, our calendar is not, unlike a traditional school program, everything's not always plotted out, and that's okay, right? And that's a part of what we're teaching too. Kind of Mama Earth has her own calendar. Let's get on her schedule instead of asking her to get on ours. So I think that's a good place to end. Yeah. Thank you.
Hi. It's amazing to be here with all of you today. My children in my classroom are really into stories, making up stories, and building them together. So I thought I would share a story with you. September 25th, 2018, it all started on a rainy day, leading 18 children ages 3 to 5 to Nichols Arboretum. I led our group and 2 co-teachers from Towsley Children's House back to a space that would later become known as Caterpillar Crossing, Chipmunk Crossing, or Tree Fort, depending on the year you attended. The trip took us roughly 30 minutes. I had no idea what to do once we arrived, so I knelt down and just stared at a fungus-covered stump. From there, we embarked on a year-long project that invited us to explore our backyard and ended in growing our own mushrooms. And here are just some clips from, They're trying to grow mushrooms from just mushrooms. There's our expert, our mycologist. And we're growing our mushrooms. On second thought, in January of 2018, 4 months earlier, we started with a mission of getting children outside to play for as long as possible. The dream was to have a forest classroom, but that wouldn't happen until later. We worked to de-plastic or naturalize our room. We visited green spaces around campus and spaces that we could travel to via city and university buses. We communicated with families, clear expectations of gear and time commitments. It was a challenge to ourselves, and one that we extended to the children and families, a challenge of trust. You may be uncomfortable at times, but we will keep you safe and we will lead you to treasure. We practice riding buses, walking with our packs on, walking with partners, getting ready for various weather conditions, and what to do if inclement weather occurred. We enjoyed the outdoors and worked towards spending 3 mornings of the week at the Arboretum. There's me deplasticking the room, taking things out, practicing walking with our packs on, us in the Reader Center, and this is just us visiting, starting with playgrounds and then green spaces around campus. By September of 2018, we were spending the majority of our day outside in all types of weather and traveling 3 days a week at to the Arboretum. We partnered with Bob Greasy, who some of you may know, and were provided a home base with keys to the Reader Center for bathrooming and emergencies. Now our year of the mushroom could commence. In September of 2019, as September of 2019 approached, with a new teaching team, we were contacting the bus system to okay parent drop-off lines, finalizing our morning routine, making flashcards to show our flow of the day for skeptical children, and getting materials ready for forest exploration. The program had changed once again. Parents drop off at the ARB 5 days a week. We used an IKEA bag to lug our materials to our designated spot until we purchased a large metal job site box that still resides in our space today. This was the year of the woolly bear caterpillar and track investigation. Through every closed road due to construction, unshoveled sidewalk, gear malfunction, or polar vortex, we had a plan. What we couldn't plan for was a worldwide pandemic. When virtual learning began, I had to say see you later to the Arboretum, but 3 teachers from our center kept the forest program going while I was at home caring for my own children and running a virtual detox pod in the afternoon. When I was able to return after the birth of my 4th child, we piloted a 2nd classroom with 2 additional teachers and traveled to the woods in the afternoon. Parents would now pick their children up from the Arboretum, while a parking lot near the Arboretum. The afternoon brought its own challenges that we had to navigate. Still road closures, of course, but also tired children gearing up while other rooms were sleeping. But we made a plan and a backup plan when the first plan exploded. Then we reassessed when that plan didn't work and planned some more. We even set our room temperature around the 60-degree mark during the cold months so that children wouldn't feel miserable in their base layers donning their cold weather attire. Over the last 3 years, we've been investigating native and invasive species. It has been a work in progress. We are pulling honeysuckle and buckthorn, bagging garlic mustard and Dame's rocket, but we are also spreading big leaf aster and exploding jewelweed pods. We have had countless experts and university people visit to guide us along the way. These are pictures of them removing some honeysuckle. Investigating invasives and natives, trying to identify before they pull. Jeff and Stephen came to visit us we were finding that children were only wanting to pull stuff, and we said, well, how do we put things back too? So with that. Using the honeysuckle for fort building. In the midst of all the teacher planning and child investigation, there was play. Oh, did we play. We rescued a dragon from its tomb and rode it across many nations, stopped volcanoes from destroying our city, built a hero's home base, emerged from our chrysalis, saved each other from natural disasters, tumbled, raised and rescued baby animals, started up a band and went on tour, enjoyed the gifts of the changing season, climbed the highest mountain, prepared feast, cared for our family, camouflaged ourselves, followed the leader, and found out just who was missing. Oh shoot, sorry, I lost my page. We asked ourselves, if play was how a child learns, then how can we be an advocate? We can give them spaces to play, spaces without definition, spaces to climb to new heights, spaces to discover and name things, spaces to deconstruct and spaces to grow. We can give them spaces to protect, spaces to build, spaces to hide, spaces for leaping, spaces to navigate, and spaces to transform. That's the who's missing. A child's natural state is play. There are still moments where I am not sure if I'm doing enough, doing it the correct way, but we try to be present, reflect when we are not, and make a plan to connect. The truth is that it all started with a simple challenge, and now it continues to grow into a commitment to champion the relationship between a child and the natural world. That's it.
Thank you, folks. Hi. Gorgeous day, gorgeous afternoon. A lot of things being said that resonated with me. So I'm jumbled about like what I want to say in 9 minutes and a half or something. Only to say that folks that said things this morning and this afternoon you're all on my shoulder, right? You're carrying what I'm about to say now. I thought I'd start with this slide because I'm like a lifelong learner. I believe that I've learned the most out of life, and that it's a way that I've practiced my role as a therapist, as a social worker, as a clinician, as a university professor, that there's things to be learned in life, and that if we just pay attention and notice, that maybe we'll find the lessons that we will want to sort of learn from. And part of that whole process is a major partner of that is the environment, and that's nature, that's our world. So I was born and raised in the Philippines, where I started and completed a chemical engineering degree in the Philippines at the time, in the 50s and the 60s. Education was for women, and there was a clear designation. There was no such thing as counselors or social workers. I knew I wanted to be with people, but there was not a venue for that, and since I was a little smart, then I ended up having to pick between engineering and doctor or lawyer, and I chose engineering because I sort of wanted to play with chemicals, and I was curious in that way. My mother said, "Curiosity killed a cat. When are you gonna die?" Right? So, but anyway, and while I was in the Philippines and stuff, I met this woman who was in sociology and social work, who ended up becoming my wife, who I'm married to now for 55 years. But at the time when she came, she was 17 and I was 17, and we became boyfriend and girlfriend. And that's sort of what implanted in me this idea of this world outside of the Philippines and the US. After she left, I was a little devastated, and I dropped out of school and ended up spending a year being a sailor. And maybe I didn't say this, but lessons sometimes come front and center, and you know something, and then you change your path. Some of them take a while. So I become very good as a therapist to know, like, okay, you're not changed yet. That's okay. Some things take time. It took me a year as being a sailor and being seasick every day to know that I didn't want to be a sailor anymore. But 1 year of that lesson being blindsided. Anyway, so, and I came to the US and started doing work as a social worker, mostly doing community organizing stuff. And it was a nice way to immerse myself into what turned out to be a really important lens that I keep, which is that culture lens, that anti-colonialist lens. Living in Louisiana, working with transplanted slaves in awful communities that were not taken care of by the majority white culture that was running the ship at the time, taught me about my place as a brown person and as an immigrant, and then thinking about, like, what does that mean not only for me, but what does it mean for other people who look like me or who have the same experience as me? That grounded a lot of my practice, so that by the time I came to Michigan to get an MSW degree, and then to go and practice, I knew I wanted to be a school-based social worker. I wanted to work with kids. And it took 2.5 years of talk therapy to realize I wasn't really good at talk therapy. It just didn't do for me. I worked with first, second, third graders, and they're all coming into my office because they have problems, and I was expected to just sit them down and say, tell me about what happened to you and what's your house like and this and that. And it just seemed wrong to me. In here, it just felt wrong to me. So consulting with a mentor, she pointed me out, she gave me 3 books, workbooks, that were like experiential training for middle management folks. And I thought she was kind of wacky anyway. And I'm like, why is she giving me a book on like how to train middle managers when I work with second graders? But I trusted the process and started to read those books. And out of those books came all these activities. And you would know many of the activities. Probably the most famous one is like, there's a ship out there in the ocean, and it's dark. It hits an iceberg. I think they made a movie out of this, but anyway. And then the group has to jump out into lifeboats, and they have to figure out how to survive in these lifeboats. So as I'm reading, this story resonates for me. And I've always been a curious person, and also ADD. And so it's sort of like, oh, this might mean I could do something exciting. So that next day, I went to my elementary school and brought with me a rubber raft. And I got there and threw it out in the asphalt. This is Lincoln Elementary School, so as the name suggests, that is where people who were less economically advantaged were in this school, and nothing of a playground, asphalt, and no shade, right? Most kids were black and or brown, and poor white as well, right? So I went to that, I was assigned to that school, so I threw out a raft, and I went in, and I had a piece of clothesline, and I thought, this is gonna be my train. And so I walked down the hall, teachers loved me, knocked on the door and said, the group's starting, come on, Alan. And then, Alan, this is a train today. So you gotta hold on. You wanna be in the caboose, or you wanna be in the engine, and you gotta hang on. And when you're holding on, you're on the train, so we have to be quiet. Okay, so Alan and I chewing down the hallway to the next, oh, hi, Dorothy, come on in. This is a train. And after the second person, I had 7 more to pick up. And as I picked them up, Alan was in charge. This is the train. Sit over there. Shut up. Anyway, so this happens, and we choo-choo to the doorway leading out to the playground. And as we open the playground, I say, oh, the train has become an airplane. And as long as you hold on to the rope, we're going to be safe. And once we're out there, you can scream all you want, and you can jump around, but don't let go of the rope. And so there we are, running down the asphalt, screaming and yelling and being in this airplane. And then I say, does anybody see what's out there? And somebody says, there's a boat. And I'm like, oh my gosh, there's a boat out on our playground. And so we land on the boat, and then I do the process that is in the book, which is like, there's 9 of us, we're sinking. Who knows how to swim, and who can we send to the principal to tell the principal that Mr. Tony's group is drowning out in the ocean? Oh, I'm gonna go. Oh, don't send him, because he always runs the hallway and he gets in trouble. He'll never make it to the principal. And how about her? Oh no, she doesn't talk at all in class, so she's not gonna talk when she goes out there, so she's not a good candidate. And they start having these conversations with themselves about their assets, right? Their strengths and their areas of difficulty. Anyway, we had a 45-minute group. Nobody asked any questions. Nobody said it was too hot. Nobody said, why are we sitting in this rubber raft? And so that was the beginning of what I thought was my creativity, creating something. It was not until 1977 or, no, 1979 or 80, when a student from Michigan was assigned to me, watched my work, and said, oh, you do adventure-based work. And I'm like, tell me more. And he said, there's this like outward bounds. And I'm like, no. And right, I was born in the Philippines. We don't have outward bound. Knolls, and there's these ropes courses, and there's wilderness work, and blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, there are people like doing this stuff? And anyway, that's where I learned about adventure-based work and experiential work. So I've run out of time, but there are questions. I just have 2 points to make. All right. One is, I heard play is how a child learns, but I've also heard there's a child in each of us. And so as I've developed my practice to work with children and then adolescents for many years with adolescents and then with adults, I've looked for that child in each of my clients, and I've invited play into the experience. Noticing is so important. As I've listened to the mini groups, the breakout groups and all this stuff, and the 2 presenters this morning, they talk about knowing who's in the room. You have to know who's in the room with you so that you can match your intervention, your treatment design, your lesson to meet the people that are in the room, right? So noticing is critical. Transparency is critical. If you're walking around pretending to like it, kids are the quickest ones to be like, you don't like being outdoors. You don't like it. You don't like the mud. I'm going to throw it at you instead, right? Because they know you don't like it. So being transparent about how you really feel about nature and the outdoors and all those things are important. Curiosity is so important, right? We can't be curious. We can't go into a change process, into wanting to remake ourselves, right? I'm a therapist. To help people remake themselves, there has to be some modicum of curiosity. What might that look like? Because otherwise, why would anybody leave where they know? Why would you leave, right? And finally, connection, right? The most important thing that there is available to us as human beings is like the ability to connect and connect with people. Anyway, that's who I am.
Great, thank you. I didn't quite get the message about outdoor play. It's definitely, I think there's some very interesting crossover, but my work is certainly unique in comparison to what's been shown and I think discussed so far. The focus of my work is, as a kind of wearing 2 hats, as someone who is a professor at architecture at Michigan, and then also, as was mentioned, I'm a father of a daughter who's now 14 years old with autism. She's nonverbal, amongst some other challenges. And I think to explain the complexity of it pretty straightforward, is just trying to understand the relationship between the design of an environment, how that influences behavior, how play is a part of that experience, how that fosters agency for everyone involved, how that constructs communication, and ultimately how that builds social interaction. So trying to understand all those interrelationships, knowing that through the experiences with my daughter, that is a challenge to understand how that comes about. So my work had always been in studying textiles and how to manufacture, how to make textiles, how to do elaborate interactive environments with textiles, as is what's shown with this image. And they created very sensory rich environments, very tactile environments, ways in which they could be navigated differently. And yeah, there was a moment kind of walking home from work one day when I thought, my daughter is really sensory engaged. I don't quite understand it, but maybe there's something meaningful to kind of connect the dots. So I don't know how obvious, yeah, it's a little bit blurry there. You can kind of see her under the imagination part, starting to poke her head and slide her way through one of these environments that we've made. So let's jump forward here. What has helped kind of frame the work is, it's very much working in the area of, children with autism, thinking about neurodiversity, thinking about disability. And though this quote was from the late 1800s, actually I think is really, really valuable in thinking about its, more of what would be called the social definition of disability, that it's an inadequacy in the environment and the people around a person that is what defines disability. So that's kind of our sort of point of departure with the work. And then having a daughter who's nonverbal, the idea, and you know, I mean, you can see this, it certainly is a challenge, that, you know, communication is just going to come from everywhere. It's going to come from the person, through the environment, through, you know, behavior, through mannerisms, through movements, through vocalizations, just through everything. And you have to be able to, you know, sort that out and sort of build, you know, what I say is sort of a dictionary that starts as a whole bunch of blank pages and eventually kind of build up the language. Through those interactions, but always, you know, where environment is often a key player. And I think what emerges in this moment when we really started to understand this with my daughter was the fact that she had an amazing sense of creativity in order to take conventions of what we might understand as communication and kind of turn them on her head, turn them on its head, and make it something meaningful in a very specific context. So just very few examples of the work. If you want to, please go to my Instagram page. It's probably the best place to see just a whole bunch of different projects that we've done over time. Again, the idea is to kind of take advantage of the fact that with the textile, there is this certain level of intimacy. We wear it as clothes. I sort of don't look at it from the perspective of architecture, that it's about, you know, curtains and upholstery. And it's more about, you know, how to create a range of very intimate interactions of whether you're submerged within it, whether you're pulling on it, or in some cases, we actually designed it that you can literally start to unravel it. So just showing the technology a little bit, because it really, I mean, it's a unique position that we're in. This is, we have these big industrial knitting machines in our lab. So it gives us the chance to think about, you know, what's the quality of a yarn? What's the color of the yarn? What patterns can we make? How big can we make something? What shapes can we make out of it? What textures can we make out of it? How can we layer materials together? How can we layer patterns together? So for that, the idea is really, you know, I don't know, I have no idea really the sensory preferences of my daughter, because I also think they change pretty dramatically on a day-to-day basis. So the idea that we can make materials is that I can make a material or a combination of materials that can just offer a wide range of interactions. Some people call it kind of universal design. I don't like getting into that word. I think it's misused a lot. But the idea, if you want to use it, the idea is sort of there's a universe of sensorial interactions that can take place within one of our designs. That's at least kind of the proposition of what we're trying to do. So different textures, different visual interests, different scales in which you can interact with these surfaces, with these environments. Can I actually pause this? Is there a way to, if I click here, does it pause it? Did that pause it? Sort of. Okay, good. Okay. So just to give a quick context before we roll through the whole video. So this was one of the first projects that we did, you know, a year-long project to develop one of these textile environments. It has these interactive projections on it. And this was the first chance to have my daughter, her name is Ada, by the way, Ada. To visit and interact with it and see what happened. And of course, like, I mean, this tells like an endless number of stories really just in this one experience. So one, pretty chaotic environment. She was actually getting a bit dysregulated, but finally able to kind of convince her to jump into this environment. But the idea is really like, and that was why I had that first slide, sort of sensory imagination. I really wanted her to take the lead. I mean, it's this therapy that you develop or that you participate often as a parent. So let her take the lead, let her try to communicate, this is what's interesting to me, and then see what I can do in order to support that. But as I support it, that then becomes sort of a form of communication, that I'm supporting her with the kind of preferred activity that she wants to engage in. So we have this environment that, I mean, of course, we spent many months. How do we get these projections onto it? How do you make it so when you touch the surface, it changes the projections? Tons of technology to make it this really interactive live environment. And let's see if I click here. And her choice was, not so much interested in that. And she decided, let's take a nosedive through it as being the most exciting way to interact, which was something we didn't expect. But as a girl who has hypotonia, so kind of like she's a loosey-goosey kind of girl, as someone who's a sensory seeker, she loves strong stimulation, that's actually the perfect route. And it makes perfect sense. But what becomes really amazing with that experience is, one, obviously we're able to kind of like move away from the chaos of the environment around, so this kind of like focus on sensation. And then two, the fact that I was integral to this experience. It wasn't something that she could just climb in and do herself. So now she has to communicate with me if she wants to do that again. So now, this is like a built-in way to create trust, to create communication, all reinforced by the very activity that we're doing. So all those ideas of play, environment, social interaction, is all kind of like interlocking at this moment. So I'll go through this last bit very quickly. So this is more some of our very, 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 very latest work from just a few months ago. And here, imagine the previous work is about knitting materials where each stitch is on the scale of millimeters. Here we're talking about a stitch made with the human hand. So this is what we call human knitting. So it's on the scale of like inches. So the idea here is, where agency in the previous example is, how do I let my daughter's creativity and her imagination occupy these environments in the way that she finds most preferential, that I, choose not to predict. Like my narrative is, you're supposed to write the story about this. The next step is, so she's kind of arguably like functionalizing it. She's realizing for herself, this is how it functions for me. What can I actually activate that creativity in the making process? So can she actually make the environment? So agency is about authorship of that space, and that it's a very sensory rich space as well. So through human knitting, the idea that we actually want to knit materials together, which now it becomes a social experience. One of the other endeavors was getting my students to not be so fearful and worried about interacting with a few neurodivergent children. So the idea was, if we come together and do this kind of fabrication making exercise where we're all sort of collectively making spaces together, making environments together, does that build a kind of social connectedness around that activity? And then is there also, like I said, this kind of agency and authorship in the experience of the environment? So this was kind of the premise for a 1 to 2 hour workshop that we did with the students, and bringing in my daughter, a friend of hers, Ileana, and another friend, Gloria. And it's really like phenomenal results. We had some people from the Institute for Social Research come in, and they identified these moments of social connectedness and how that kind of synced up with people understanding the process of making that they're involved in. That the process of making has a sort of universality to it, and you can be somebody just holding stitches, you can be making stitches, or Eliana was most comfortable just kind of being on the inside and rolling the yarn from person to person as they made the stitches. So it was really great to see that, it did kind of come together as this sort of collective experience. And then, different ways in which they could, kind of feel energy and engagement within the resulting environment as well. It's kind of how you make it, but then also how you be a part of it. And I'll leave it at that.
Lee, great sequencing, except I'm not sure words are the best place to go right now. The layering, the patterning of sensory experience is so powerful in what you've just given us, and I just want to thank you. Okay, so conversation is what this last few minutes is about. I just want to jump in the margin for a minute and talk about words like environmental justice. That term was coined by Bunyan Bryant. How many people know him? Okay. Bunyan, a stellar Black educator born in Little Rock, Arkansas, who actually came to University of Michigan after working at Merrill Palmer Child Development Center in Detroit. Clark Moustakas was his mentor, an amazing man who coined that term and wrote several books about why, toxic sites are often near Black communities. Bunyan Bryant was a mentor to me, and his service is on May 4th. And if you're interested in attending, contact me or Jean Carlson, his wife, an amazing woman. Knitting formations. I'd like to ask all of you to, throw your small change up here. My mother in hospice at 98, I don't think we should ever underestimate what people can give us at the end of life as well, said the words, "Tell me more." They do that a lot on PBS NewsHour, speak about, and I have cosmology, I have questions for each one of you about terms that you use. They're not buzzwords, they're triggers to the imagination. And so I'm not going to say anything more because I want to hear from everybody else or from each of you in terms of asking each other some questions. This is a beautiful tapestry this afternoon. You guys are on the front lines. We really, your pictures were stunning. I can keep talking, but I don't really want to. The language of inquiry, remember José González talked about developing the language of inquiry. You talked about provocations. As a teacher of literature, I'm constantly trying to develop prompts for writing and for students. Prompts are the hardest things on earth to write. And suddenly you gave me a new way to talk about prompts. You said the word provocations. What does that mean? Provocations to play?
Provocations to, provoke, right?
Give me an example.
For example, it froze last night. And yesterday got really warm, then it froze. This morning, we have a sheet of ice on the hill. And below that is water. It's not solid. That is a provocation. What are you going to do? Are you going to slide across it? Are you going to smash through it? Are you going to slide materials down it? It provokes this curiosity. It provokes action. It creates a problem that you have to solve. So I think it's something that's powerful and it's open-ended. So when we talk about provocations for children, you might be setting up beautiful materials on a table for them to explore, art materials, or you might be relying on what Mother Nature has provided for you. You know, like Mother Nature provides everything you need every single day. What is it going to be today? So that's what I mean by provocations. Provocations to think, to act, to connect. Yeah, that's it.
That's great, and I hear you both providing options, but not like directing. It's more like opening possibilities. I mean, that's a tricky, because particularly with older kids, it's like, how am I going to get an A? What should I be doing? Okay, questions. Tell me more.
Tony, would you tell me more about your adventure playgrounds that you're making?
Yeah, so a current project that I have at the Monroe Intermediate Schools is to create adventure classrooms throughout the district. For years, as an adventure practitioner, I had a camp with ropes courses and things like that by the river, by the Raisin River, and so we would pull kids out of school and to spend the day or half a day out of the camp. And sometimes it was just a nature play, and sometimes it was an adventure course. So I would set up ropes courses and things like that, and we would engage in problem solving and all that stuff there. And then I did that for many years. And then this year, when the district called me after the pandemic and said, hey, we need some help, the kids are coming back, teachers are burned out, you know, what can we do? We think adventure might be helpful. Rather than doing that same pull-out sort of strategy, I thought, let's go into the classrooms. And so the proposal that I made to the district was, I wanted to train support staff, social workers, behavior specialists, mental health specialists, to go into the classroom and basically say to the teacher, what do you need? What do you need so that your kids can better learn? And then providing them through play, through problem-solving activities, through developing an intentional environment grounded in these 7 adventure beliefs of challenge and safety and trust and connection and communication, and to invite that environment into the room so that people that are there will show up and be their best selves. And so that's the adventure classroom concept. So the classrooms are just in the same places that they are, and the kids stay in the classroom. And then sometimes the social workers, who are the adventure coaches, come in and then do adventure groups or classroom activity sessions to help sort of nourish or nurture those environmental conditions to build the connections and things like that. So,
is there physical like infrastructure? Like, are there things that are built in the classroom, or this is programming and training and for the teachers? Okay. Interesting.
I want to speak to that too, and I'm speaking too much, sorry, so just stop and take this away. But when I got involved in adventure-based work, a lot of the folks that were doing this work had structures. They had ropes courses and towers and climbing walls and caves that they would engage the clients or the kids in. And I was quite aware that the kids that I worked with at Lincoln had no resource to get out to these places. And when I would ask the district to lease a bus so I could take the kids out to a ropes course that was down by Jackson, you could do it once a year, and then that was it. And I'm like, this is not a field trip. This is like a way of personal growth, and it has to be daily. And so then I thought, you know what, I'm gonna bring adventure into the classroom. And so rather than put my energy into creating a ropes course that kids would come into, I created bags, and I would train teachers to use the things in the bags. And the bags had nothing very special. Tennis balls, throwable, puppet things, and ropes, and beach balls, and things like that. And then a collection of 80 or 100 activities, games, that you could use the tools with in the space that you were in. So then the kids that I worked with who came from that side, right, I would go to their community And we would clear up the broken glass and stuff and say, we're going to do a river crossing. We're starting here, we have to get over there. And look at all the, there's needles over there, there's grass, there's glass over there. How do we safely get everybody in our group over to there to enhance that notion of team building and connection and things like that? So there's no structure, you're saying.
Thank you. Tony, what it sounds like you've described is a way of helping these older kids really rediscover ways to play. And what I hear amongst a lot of the themes is trying to help children of whatever age they are find a way to play. And, it's natural for younger kids, maybe not all kids. And I appreciate you're meeting a way for your daughter to find a way to play who communicates ways other than verbal connection. And I guess my question for the whole group, anyone, is how do we help the younger kids who kind of intuitively know how to play? How do we help them perpetuate that through adolescence and into adulthood? Because we all know, this is a room full of educators, something happens in elementary school that shuts it down. Is it the elementary school structure? Is it other cultural factors that crush that kind of play spirit? And what can we all do to keep that spirit alive?
Wait, I want to say something. Everybody wants to answer, but I get to talk first. I just would like to invite you all to look, and you can do it online, the Atlantic Monthly March issue, End Phone-Based Childhood. And you've got to read it. Jonathan Haidt, NYU. Apparently, 2012 was the big year when traded in the flip phones for the iPhone. And it's a brilliant article, and everyone's got to read it.
No, you're absolutely right. I was gonna say we'll start with screens, right? Like, how do we make sure that screens are being integrated into the educational environment in a way that's not overwhelming, right? Like, even like I was just telling somebody the other day, like, as a parent, I'm like, anytime I'm close to a TV, like, I am 2 seconds away from throwing a rock in the middle of that thing, because I've argued with so many children about so many TV programs and what they can watch and what they can't, and all of that. So there's that, but I really think a part of it too, and again, homeschoolers or in the school environment, it's self-directed. It's self-directed education. It's helping children learn differently. So we all know that. Again, as parents, as educators, every child is not going to get everything. And we've been putting kids, ourselves, we were all put in classrooms, and it was like, if you don't get it, it's one of the 2 ways I'm going to give it to you. Like, that's it. And so I think really trying to integrate models into all of our educational modalities that help children and guide them in directing some of their own education and learning. Because it's like, I found that with my daughter very early on. It was like, I could put up these pictures of the colors and all this. She didn't want to do that, but it was like, when I made different things, different colors, then she was interested. And so it's like, we have to, and I think we can do that, especially with older children, right? I think there's a really important space where we can be and we can help them as they grow up, understand that they can choose, like, you still got to learn this, but you can choose the way that you're going to do it. Are you going to read in this book? Like, maybe you're going to watch a video. Don't really want you to do that. Or like, are you going to do this hands-on thing? There are other ways, I think, so we can really take a page out of the book of, again, homeschoolers and self-directed educators to helping children see that they can direct their own education and allowing them to do that. I think that's one of the most important ways that we can also encourage play, because play could be a way, could say, like, well, I'm going to play this out, or I'm going to do a game, or I'm going to do, but children don't have those kind of options at this point in a lot of school systems. I think in some, like, higher education, super expensive private schools, they do, right? So let's be real. So, we can think about, how do we do that at the public education sector, and again, it has homeschoolers too.
How do you do it? Just do it. All kinds of clientele, and I just start doing it. And I'm just being good old authentic, because that's what I want to do. And I just believe we've been sitting for a long time. So I would just start, we're going to play Mingle. Mingle, mingle, mingle. Just get up, come on, losing your body. Mingle, 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 mingle. Yeah, just do it. That's one way.
I'm not going to be able to follow that up. But with 3 to 5 year olds, the two things I really work on is letting them be bored and then helping them to create their own games. So I've noticed that there was a year that children really wanted to play like soccer. I had this group that were just like really into sports, and it really became like all about these rules, but they weren't like shared rules. It was one child telling everybody how it went, which had its own value. But then I just found value in helping them like democratically create rules to get together. And like, it didn't have to be soccer. Like, it could become a new name to a new game with new rules, but like helping that. So in those moments of on board, they either invent something new or they go back to those games, or they know they have that structure there that they can, you know, play.
I mean, speaking to that, what I'd be interested in is how does that approach play out as a child ages? Like, you know, because to me, you're trying to embed, you know, creativity, but also adaptability and flexibility, which even as a young child, we found quite challenging with our daughter. Because on the playground, there's a lot of expectations, you know, between children, amongst adults. And, you know, one example that we have was, you know, our daughter used to, on this one playground, there was like the old school, really tall slide. And it was just a slide, not attached to anything else. And what we found was that she figured out that that is the most remote part on the playground. So if we were asking her that it was time to go home, she would find her way to that spot and just, you know, suspend herself at that moment. Well, I mean, what is one of the biggest rules? Like, you do not wait at the top of the slide, right? You don't jam up the ladder, you go down, you don't stand there. So we're celebrating this moment of like, oh, you've now turned a slide into the word no, right? No, we're not going home. So we're celebrating it. All the other kids are getting really angry, and the parents are looking at us like, oh, what a misbehaved child you have. But I mean, that was, you know, there is some comedy to it. But at the same time, I mean, it was one of the many examples where other children and other parents did not know how to interact with her because she was doing behavior that was just enough off of the norm. And that's as a 4 and 5 year old, where you kind of expect them to be silly and do weird things. And it just, you know, it quickly became that we couldn't go to a playground if there were, you know, too many children. I mean, we'd go by ourselves or we'd go with a few friends. So the whole point of a playground being about practicing social skills was just gone for us. So I'd be, you know, so I think like, are you developing a new a new group of children that can grow up and you know, be more adept and be more skilled in embracing diversity in its many different ways? Yeah.
I think one other just response to that is really matching. Again, being a therapist, you're constantly like thinking about the person in the room with you. So matching with what they know in their repertoire. And so if it means cooking, if it means taking a walk, if it means sitting by the river and throwing rocks, if it means playing a card game, if it means building a tower, if it means doing a fort and breaking it down, you engage with the action, and then think about ways to bring out lessons for that will help that person with whatever it is tensions or issues that they're in therapy for.
But you need to have that catalog.
Oh, yeah.
Right? You can't have like 3 options and let's make sure one of them's going to work, right?
Well, you've got to start with 3.
I mean, sure, but
You're right,
but
correct.
you have to build up that catalog, that
Yes.
vocabulary, that you know, way to be sort of creative on the spot as well. Correct. With development activities. Great.
I'd say art too. Bring art back to school.
And what I think, like trying to go back to your question, like the words that you use, like what happens, right? Like what happens between K to 12 with this play? And I think about what changes, you know, in the early years, you have mixed age, usually. I mean, that's ideal, right? There's some places that are like, here's all the 3s, here's all the 4s, here's all the 5s, here's the children that can walk, here's the children that are still crawling. But if we get away from that and if we think about mixed age, mixed abilities, and then completely unstructured, completely free, no agenda, no, this is what we're gonna do today, everybody, and this is what we're gonna end up with, pulling that away and allowing children a large chunk of time, like 2 hours. Like, what are they gonna do for 2 hours? But if you think about giving children 2 hours without stop to go to the bathroom, stop to gather, stop to do this, stop to check your work, stop to make sure everybody's okay, but just letting it be for 2 hours and see what can happen, right? And I think about the schedule that we have children on, right? Like from this time to this time, you're at school. Then I pick you up and we go to soccer, and then we have dinner, and then we have piano lessons, and then it's bedtime. And then, so I think about maybe that changes as we get more scheduled, as we have more, we have to be here at this time and more organized sports, organized activities. This is the level that you need to be at by the time you finish this class, or you can't go to the next. So that's a lot to unpack, but I think that's what happens.
Besides provocation, that word uninterrupted was my favorite word from your talk. And I think you're the parent, well, you're the parent of a 7-year-old and you're the parent of a 14-year-old. And I think we so often blur. How old? Oh my gosh. So 3 to 11. I just want to say, you know, I try to bring in the history of childhood, so-called, when I teach children's literature, because it provides a lens on a fast-moving, changing conception. What is a child? We all think we've been a child, therefore we know what childhood is. But the truth of the matter is we project all these ideologies, beliefs, values, whatever, on our own children, on the children we teach. And the whole concept of childhood is so misleading, because if you think of the difference between 7, 11, and 14, and you know, what are the older kids doing? I mean, has anybody ever been as glorious to you as when you were, say, 6 and a sibling was 12 or 16? I mean, those people were gods and goddesses in my memory. And so in some ways, I think we have to think about what they're doing at 14. There's a totally different phase of social yearning, desire that kicks in. You know, that movie 13 tried to tell one story about it. But I mean, I think we all know that this business of cell phone, it's a new world in the last 12 years. And we have to get a grip on what's really happening and the kinds of mental and emotional problems that not, I mean, I know most of the people here are looking at early childhood. When does that end? 8, okay, thanks, I didn't know that. Okay, it's so reassuring to have these markers. Anyway, I just throw that out. I want to hear any more questions before we wrap this up this afternoon.
So I'm really curious about the sensory experiences in play. And I think that's something like in our outdoor preschool we think about for our children. And I wonder what any of your children, but your daughter in particular, like playing, doing the work of play in natural spaces, how that interaction and what that communication is like for her.
Yeah, I think, I mean, in a way, it kind of goes back to that conversation about structured, unstructured play. And, you know, as much as you think a gen ed education is structured, it's times 10 for someone who has, you know, an IEP, a specialized educational plan. So, so how you balance that you want to support unstructured, I guess but it's not unfocused play is maybe how we try to do it. So in, you know, yeah, trying to get my daughter to go on walks during COVID was not easy. As much as the beautiful parks and stuff that we found, there has to be some sort of tangible carrot. Also because if it's unstructured, because of this, like, you know, how unrelenting the structure of her educational plan is, if it doesn't change every 10 minutes, then she becomes very impatient. So it's like that has like just embedded a bell in her head of what's expected to be delivered. So, I mean, moments where it has worked is, you know, when she was being taught how to ice skate. She didn't get the point of like, ice skating is fun. I've been ice skating since I was 5 years old. So for me, it's like, you know, innate. This is an awesome thing to do. So what it was at that point, she was really interested about doing Mr. Potato Head. So the potato head was on one side of the ice and the parts and pieces were on the other side of the ice. And that was the carrot that worked to get her to do that physical activity. So I think, I mean, so I guess in one sense there's, you know, exploring nature. In another sense, there's doing activities in nature. And maybe I'd argue we don't have the catalog. We don't have the vocabulary of like, you know, let's go find this, or let's go build this, or let's go do this. Within nature, it's just more about like, oh, let's, you know, go for a walk around the park. So, well, what's the point of doing that? Why do you want me to ride my bike just around the block to get back home? Like, why? So those are some of the dynamics that we're challenged with when, yeah, kind of thinking about play.
The tools of play come with a lot of baggage too, right? And so it's often, I find myself when I'm working with adults, and I say, this is gonna be a math game. Oh, you know, that part of us shows up. When you say, we're gonna do some juggling, like, oh my gosh, you know, I'm a klutz and nobody wanted me in sports, right? All of the stuff of the person's experience shows up. So we might think we're just gonna go and jump rope. But for someone in the room, it might be traumatizing. And so to be aware that, again, that whole notion of noticing, wow, you've been focused and engaged the whole time, and then I pulled out the rope, and you just sat down. And I'm wondering what that's about, right? Inviting the sharing of information to understand why is your experience different when it's the rope versus doing this or that. So again, nature it's great. I love nature, but not everybody likes nature. And many of my Filipino friends who I grew up with are like, oh, that means you're gonna be in bugs and it's gonna be in dirt and you're gonna perspire and your only white shirt's gonna be dirty and you're gonna have to go wash it, right? This laundry list just shows up about going out to nature. So why? Go instead to an air-conditioned theater, right?
No, I was just going to add, and I know you asked about cosmology, right? And so I think in part, like back to that cosmological connection that we all have with Mama Earth, right? So I think modeling that for our children can help them in engaging with nature in that way, right? So again, when I talk about non-human kin, I mean, I see these kids, they're hugging trees and they're touching, I've taught them how to, like, you take the worm and then, like, or a caterpillar, it's like, all right, you got to put your hand next to the person so it keeps going, it has like somewhere to go. And so I think that, especially for many of us who are grown-ups, saying you can put your face on a tree and, like, feel how the tree is feeling, it might feel kind of stupid, right? Like, you're like, what does this mean? But again, remember, we're talking about children who have way more imagination than we do. And again, if we are connected to the spirit in ourselves that's connected to Mama Earth, then, like, all of that makes more sense. It doesn't mean that you're going to talk to a tree and the tree's going to talk back. Obviously, like, that's not what it looks like. But I mean, if we can model for our children, these are some of the ways that we can engage in nature and have a relationship and have a conversation. What does this conversation look like that outside of verbal, right? So that's really powerful, thinking about that. Like, the relationship with nature is nonverbal, right? And so, like, it's really powerful to think about that and to hear about this, hear about your work. And I mean, that's foundational. And so if we're able to get into that space ourselves, and again, as parents, as educators, and model that for our children, then I think that can really help them in engaging in nature in kind of a unique and special way. And understand, like, I think for kids it's exciting, like, you can call on this anytime, right? Like, you don't need me to be there, you don't need your parents to be there. Like, when you're in nature, like, this is your space and this is your home, and you can develop your own language with nature, right? Like, that's phenomenal for children to think about, and I see them thrive in those thought processes.
Give this back.
Thank you all very, very much. Give this entire panel. There were so many interesting things to think about. Sean, well, of course, my practice of play is really embedded in nature. We are talking about all different kinds of ways to play. And the ways that play might look different for different people, that it could be a language of understanding oneself or a language of communicating with other people. All of these representations of what play is and what I've heard from all of you today. Thank you very much for those open-minded, open-hearted curiosity questions. I'm still having trouble? This is a big conversation. This is a really big conversation with many, many complexities, many, many implications. And again, that thing of there's no one right way, and I've heard several of you speak of that today. And I appreciate that so much. It gives me so much to think about and to learn and grow my own practices. So I appreciate that very much. I'm going to ask for one more round of applause. Thank you. So this has been a fabulous symposium. And again, I appreciate everyone's open-minded, open-hearted curiosity driving what happened here today. And I'm going to give a couple of specific thanks. Thank you, Liz, Sean, Tony. Thank you, Christian, and Mama Erin, and Maggie. I appreciate that. I appreciate what you brought to our conversation earlier today, Denisha. I know she had to slip out to another conference. And José. I also want to thank Brooke Alarm for giving us some legislative updates this afternoon. Thanks to Christy and Alex from the state of Michigan's Our Strong Start. Thank you to Abby. Thank you to Megan and Brecken and Lunia for hosting nature play pop-ups and play-based making, nature making workshop. Thanks to Shelby and Alexa and Maggie and Christian for hosting that awesome Risky Play Walk and Talk. We've got some fabulous volunteers. Just quickly, Deb and Lunia and Karen and Barb. Barb wants you to know that in today's Washington Post, there is some journalism which helps us. They did a survey of where the nature is, so you can figure out where kind of like your nature access and your nature equity there by taking a quick look. So thank you, Barb, for sharing that with us. Thanks for helping us out today, Trina. And especially want to thank my symposium colleagues and committee members, Alexis Ford and Carrie Sprague, Christine Chesler-Stahl, Meredith Olson, my supervisor, Liz Glynn, who couldn't be here today. And I want to thank Tony Kalenic, our executive director. He brings a deep lens of clarity about nature access, play equity, the many, many ways of play. And he made the decision to fund this symposium, so I really thank him for that. I want to quickly let you know that we have a set of books from Samara Early Learning's Rachel Larimore. She couldn't be here today. That will be a random drawing that I'll just draw randomly, and then I will email you. We also have a signed copy of Denisha's books, Black Lives Matter at School, and we also have one of Liz Goodenough's books, and that will be a random drawing, and if you get an email from me, then you can let me know how to get that to you. I do hope you will complete a post-symposium feedback form that you will get via email, and you'll also have the opportunity to indicate whether you want some more resources about maybe Michigan Teachers in Nature or the Michigan Children in Nature Coalition. You can indicate whether you have any interest in somehow keeping in touch and sharing resources with this fabulous group of people. Again, here's the thing. There is really collective power in this room and amazing points of view, amazing perspectives, looking at these ways of play in different kinds of ways that enrich all of us who practice in this space in all these different ways. And so I always have this long-standing framework for my own learning, and that is the right answer is the next question. Does that land with anybody? The right answer is the next question. And I'm going to invite you really quickly if you want. Does anyone want to respond to that quickly right now? The question of what next? I'm going to put some posters up here on the wall, and I am running a little late, so I'm going to put some posters up here on the wall, and you can just give some feedback. Two of the posters will say, what next? What should we be doing? What should we be thinking about next? And some of the other posters will have some other specific questions regarding feedback on many ways of play. I think we're ready to just celebrate ourselves and our many ways of play. I want to let everyone know that the reception is so fabulous outside. The reception has been moved outside, and I hope to be able to chat with those of you that I haven't yet met. Thank you all again. Thank you.